Tōnau mai haere mai, and welcome to today's council meeting. I will start us off with a karakia. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā tara tara ki tai. He hi aki ana te ata kura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, ti hei mauri ora. I declare the meeting open. Welcome everyone to our council meeting. Please let Sean know if you intend to leave the meeting. We will have morning tea probably after public participation. And at the conclusion of this meeting, there's a formality. All councillors, I'd like to invite you to take a group photo with our new councillor. Which moves us to the declaration of councillor-elect. As you'll be aware, we recently held a by-election for our vacant Lambton General Ward seat on council. I'm pleased to be inducting our new councillor today, and I would like to invite our Chief Executive, Barbara McKerrow, to conduct the formalities.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa. To our councillor-elect, Geordie Rogers, nau mai, haere mai, welcome to Wellington City Council. And also to all of your friends, whānau colleagues here today. It's a pleasure to see you all. As the councillors around the table know, once every 3 years the Chief Executive plays a formal role in chairing this part of the induction of a councillor to the council. And it's been a pleasure for me and the executive leadership team here to meet with you this week and to welcome you, so thank you. Now I'll move into some things I must say here today. First of all, I'm required to give a general explanation to elected members of certain legislation which controls the way a council must function. And if I were to stand here and list all of those laws today, we would be here a long time, so I'm going to keep this brief. The one law that I will particularly touch on is known as the Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act 1987, fondly known by us all as Lagoima. And I think, Geordie, you know that well too. This act sets meeting procedures and requirements and governs the availability of information. The key principle underpinning the act is that information should be made publicly available unless certain specific withholding grounds apply. And as I said, there are truly many other laws and regulations that apply to elected members and to the council overall, and it is a complex environment within which we work. Touching on that complex environment, you are joining the council at a very interesting time as we are well into the major 3-year planning cycle of our long-term plan, and at a time there are many challenges but also amazing opportunities for the capital city. And we all look forward to working with you. It now gives me great pleasure to ask you as councillor-elect to come forward and make your declaration.
Ko au a Geordie William Rogers, ko taku tupu tēnei. Ka tūtuki e ahau ki taku I pono nei. Ngā kāwanga katoa he panga mō te tāone o Pōneke e runga I te mana kua rere mai I ahau. Hei mema o te Kaunihera o Pōneke e raro I te ture ka wangatanga a rohe 2002 te turu pārongo huing ere o kawa. Ka wangatanga a rohe ko 1908 te kaumā whetu me etahi atu ture rānei. I whakaritia I Pōneke e tēnei rā rua te kaumā iwa o Huitanguru I te tau 2024.
Kia ora. Tēnā koutou katoa, and congratulations to our new councillor Rogers. You know, I know your campaign was a hard campaign and a hard fight, and we would understand more than most. And so it's really wonderful to have you here at the table. We know that being a councillor is a very unique role. You will be working very hard on the big issues and small issues for our city. It requires both vision for the future and a close connection, to your community, which I know that you have in spades. You'll be joining us at a very important time. We have important decisions like the district plan and the long-term plan that will shape our city for decades to come. You will bring your unique viewpoint to these issues from your work with renters, young people, and as a representative of Lambton Ward. I'm sure you'll make a valuable contribution around this table. Myself and the rest of Council look forward to working with you and to achieve our vision of a vibrant, creative and sustainable capital city. I'm actually going to adjourn for about 5 minutes so that we can take some photos, and then we'll be hearing from Councillor Rogers in his maiden speech after public participation. So just give us 5 minutes. Thank you. We will get back into it. So apologies. We have an apology from Councillor Calvert. Do we have any others to be expected? I don't know. Partial absence. I will move the motion. Who would like to second? Councillor McNulty. Let's go to a vote. Yep, this is still. Mine's a yes, my remote's not working. That has passed, thank you. 1.4, announcements by the Mayor. I'm actually going to invite Councillor Brown to share a few words.
Thank you. I just thought I'd make an announcement about something which I think we will all regret happening, which is the closure of Capital Magazine. Alison Franks and John Bristed have run Capital Times and then Capital Magazine for the last, basically as long as I can remember, and I think they've actually been, both those pieces of media have been really important for Wellington. I think it's such a shame that Wellington now won't have a Capital Magazine, both with a capital with a uppercase and lowercase, and so I just thought it would be worth mentioning that it's something to be regretted. Obviously, we've had a big media announcement at the national level yesterday, but the closure of Capital Magazine is quite an important loss for the city and something which I think will all be regretting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And just adding to that, as you've already mentioned, the news about News Hub, so just sending them some love and support. We have William here today, and we are sorry that you're going through a tough time. Conflicts of interest, do we have any today that we need to mention? Nope. Confirmation of minutes. I move the motion to approve the minutes of the council meeting held on the 14th of December. Deputy Mayor will second. We now move to a vote. Yeah, I support. Yeah. And that has passed, thank you. 1.7, all items are on the agenda. 1.8, public participation. So in that case, I would like to invite our first speaker. Welcome to Neil Plimmer to speak to item 2.2. You have 5 minutes to speak, and that includes questions as well. You're welcome to stand at the lectern or even sit at the table.
I want to mainly support an agenda item, not oppose it, so it shouldn't be too difficult. It relates to the future expenditure from the Plymouth bequest money, and specifically the items that prescribe that $2.5 million of that money should be spent on Te Motu Kairangi in 2030 and 2031. There is, I think, some ambiguity about the land area at stake. Te Motu Kairangi is a relatively recent name, and as far as I can see, it sometimes applies to the whole of the Miramar Peninsula, including the suburbs of Seaton and a lot. It sometimes applies to the peninsula on the eastern side of Evans Bay from Maruri, I think, which is the northernmost suburb, right out to the Massey Memorial and Point Haswell, the area that has traditionally been called Watts Peninsula. But I think, in fact, this allocation of bequest money ought to apply, and we ought to be clear on it, to one specific part of that land, which is the ex-defence land, declared surplus by the Crown somewhere around about 2010 and shifted to LINZ, the land agency, around 2017. it's a huge area of land, something like 70 hectares or 160, 170 acres, that's just lying to waste, getting gorse and thistles over it. It has huge potential for Wellington. I can't think of a capital city that would have a vacant space like that open for potential development that is just sort of sitting there year after year, decade after decade. And I think, if I may say so, the council sort of is underplaying its hand on that. The current policy was announced in the 2019 budget, and it was that LINZ would be given $4 million and 4 years to upgrade the land to the standard it could be declared a reserve. It was then to switch the land to the Department of Conservation, who would gazette it as a reserve, but that was all the central government was going to do, retain the underlying ownership. It was then to negotiate with the Wellington City Council as to what happened with the land, and it would become the council's responsibility to prepare a development plan, and when it was all agreed, to implement it. All of that I totally support, and when Wellington finally, if it ever does, get its hand on that land to develop it, the allocation of $2.5 million from that bequest would seem to be an appropriate use of some of that money. But the fact is, the 4 years have long gone by at the time of the budget last year, and it's now approaching 5 years, and LINZ has still not transferred the land to DOC. And I think it's important that it should. If in fact that happens, let's say this year the land is completed with the $4 million expenditure and transferred to DOC, I think the council should be prepared to finalise the arrangements with DOC to take over the management. I would imagine DOC's only condition is that what the council decides to happen on the land should not violate its underlying status as a reserve, but apart from that, it would seem to be pretty wide open. And then get on with the development plan. If that were to happen, I would urge council flexibility that the $2.5 million from the bequest could be spent earlier, not wait till 2013, and there could be more money out of that bequest spent on the project if it comes to pass. The revenue from the bequest is estimated at $500,000 a year, and I think that's fairly secure because it comes from rental income mainly, not from share investments or something like that that would be more volatile. So my interest actually is not in any of that. It's in what the City Council finally puts in a development plan. But I have to be interested in all of that to get to that point. And I must say there are a large number of others that feel the same as I do. The Miramar Enterprise Council, for example, is supportive. There are
sorry, Neil, if I could ask you to make final points. All good? If you want to say anything to finish?
No, well, I sort of have, but I do want to say that I'm not just alone, and there are lots of bodies like that one, and the Wellington Sculpture Trust and private benefactors that are supportive of my ultimate objective, which is to ensure that a development plan by the council includes public art on that piece of land. And there are good reasons for that, but that might be another story. If you have
That's wonderful. Thank you so much for your time, Neil.
questions about what I've said.
Oh, we unfortunately we've run out of time, but we have heard you loud and clear, and we really appreciate it.
Thanks heaps.
Thank you. There's Richard here. Do we have a Richard Burrell here? Oh, there we go. I invite you to speak for 5 minutes relating to water.
Kia ora, Mayor and Councillors. There's a handout of the $32 million the City is giving to Readings today belongs to the Wellington contractors. The Council has stopped commissioning urgently needed major upgrades of all three waters over the last 9 months. The Council have now stopped the three major designers that work for you or Wellington Water, Stantec, GBL, and I just don't have the other one. I've put down Chorus, but it's not them, from all design work on major upgrades. When you do find the funds, there will now be a 9 to 12 month time delay on work starting because all the design works have stopped. Yes, Taranaki Street water upgrade is happening, but the contractor has no work after that. Out of the 4 contractors that undertake major upgrades, 3 have no future work, and Fulton Hogan will not discuss. CCL and Ramsbottoms both have laid men off since Christmas. Wellington Water did a growth assessment for the city suburb by suburb in October 21, and you all have a copy of that, or you do from the time going by. It's part of your system. I can leave it here if somebody wants it. Miramar Kandala are fine, but Newtown, Thorndon, Mount Victoria, Tiaro and most other suburbs should have no additional housing added until upgrades are complete. And the report was discarded because of those types of comments. Every time we add a new unit to the above suburbs, an additional cost upgrade needed is between 19 and 35,000. And it's in those reports, you've got it, and there's been little or no work done on these major upgrades. Every time you add another unit, you're putting additional pressure on the three waters for no, the report has been ignored. Why are these deferred works so secret? When you try to get them, I've got to write to the council, and then they come back and say, no, can't give it under the official. So then I write to Wellington Water, and it does come, but it takes 4 or 5 weeks every time. I cannot believe the ratepayers cannot access a site that tells us all planned works for the next 10 years, cost estimates and status. There is nothing commercially sensitive about it. It should be there, and it could go further. It could street by street. So, where the ratepayers know in their street what the future upgrades are likely to be, because, in the inner suburbs, most of the pipes are stuffed. All 4 contractors have been encouraged to build up their teams by Wellington Water over the last 3 years in anticipation of these critical works being undertaken. We are now going to lose 60 to 70% of these contractors' staff to Australia, where they are highly sought after. One other item, unrelated to water. Readings, do not do it. Change the height limit on their site to 100 metres from 20. That will double or triple the value of their site and give the city a major international standard building sometime in the next 10 or 20 years. There is no big sites left in our city. If we have a spare 32 million to put into this, give it to Wellington Water. They are a good organisation, but the city is starving them of funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Do we have any questions from councillors? Yes, Councillor Brown.
Richard, I agree with you that there is the need for an asset management plan with respect to the 3 waters that the city has, but that is Wellington Water's responsibility. Now, but on the other hand, you think Wellington Water is such a great business that we should be giving them $32 million extra. So how do you reconcile the lack of a proper asset management plan that is available to you and us and your desire to just hand them over more money without that sort of accountability?
Well, as we stand today, I've handed out one item. Ramsbottoms had a water pipe to do from Taranaki to Cambridge Terrace, an $8 or $9 million project. They've had 2 other projects put on hold on the city, one of 3 months' work, one of 1, and I don't know what they are because none of them want to talk to anybody. There's actually a thing of fear. These contractors and the engineers designing it, nobody wants to talk. And Wellington Water don't really want to talk because they're scared of upsetting you guys. I actually haven't. It's like but
they're not scared of upsetting us because they have upset us.
Actually, I think we're going to end it there. But look, Richard, thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate you coming in.
Okay.
Thank you.
Cheers.
I would like to welcome Tyrone to speak to issues relating to water.
Good morning, Your Worship and councillors. A very early morning down at the waterfront, it seems, for some of you, so I'll keep it quick. I'd like to raise with the council my concerns that the current level 2 water restrictions advertised by council and Wellington Water may be unlawful. I'm certainly not entirely confident in my view, and hopefully raising it with you will help us get to the bottom of this. By way of background, I'm a solicitor and operate my own small firm. Prior to that, I worked as a lawyer in central government for 6 years. My aim today isn't to get you to concede that there is necessarily a legal issue, but just to encourage you to ask some questions internally and ideally to come back with some kind of response. So I've got 3 concerns about the legality of the water restrictions. Firstly, procedurally, it's not clear that the restrictions have been properly notified either to council or to the public. Clause 8.3 of Part 8 of the Wellington Consolidated Bylaw 2008 requires that. I've tried to find this out from council. I was referred understandably to Wellington Water. I've asked Wellington Water for this information, and despite the time frame in the Local Government and Official Information and Meetings Act having passed, I'm yet to receive a response. So just noting that concern, that it's hard to determine whether or not correct notification has happened. So issue 2 is that the description of level 2 on the council and Wellington Water websites is inconsistent with the description of level 2 in the schedule of Part 8 of the bylaw. Rather, the council's description of level 2 does sound a lot more like the description of level 3 in the bylaw itself. So this is an issue because the wording of clause 8.3 suggests that clause 8.3 can only be used to impose a restriction as contained in Schedule 1. And so put simply, I think that if the Chief Executive has lawfully imposed level 2 restrictions, then she's potentially imposed a different set of restrictions than everyone thinks she has. So it would be good to clarify that. And then issue 3 is that the council is saying that the restrictions only apply to households, but restrictions under the bylaw seem to me to apply equally to households, business and government users, and certainly to council itself. And so, I'm not taking any kind of, position on this. I'm not being critical of the fact that council is watering public facilities. There seem to be good arguments in favour of that, but I think that the legal position should marry up with the sensible course of action that the council is pursuing. Okay, so is this nitpicking? In all honesty, yeah, it kind of is. But there are good reasons to get this stuff right, and in particular, Clause 19 of Part 8 makes it an offence not to comply with water restrictions made under the bylaw. So I do appreciate that you've got bigger fish to fry in pretty much every agenda item today. The Mayor, helpfully noted that there are big issues and small that you need to deal with, and this is potentially at the small end of the spectrum. But I'd submit that it's not entirely non-trivial, and I'd really like to see this resolved. Crucially, I'd also like to note the reasonable possibility that I'm wrong. There potentially is a very good explanation, and I've tried to find that explanation. I've tried to reach out both to council and to Wellington Water. Maybe there is something that makes all of this legal, and I'd be delighted to hear that. So I'd really appreciate hearing from council on those 3 points. I'm conscious you won't be able to provide an answer here and now, but I do look forward to clarification in due course. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you so much. We have a question from Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much for coming in and talking to us. Talking to us. You're pointing out a lot of different points about what we're doing right or not complying with. Do you think that's more important that we actually do that, or do you think we should be looking at the objective, the end objective of what we're doing, what we're trying to achieve?
Yeah, I'm very sympathetic to that view, Councillor Chung. At the end of the day, this is the same sort of point that any government agency or any legislature or council could make, and people take different views on this. Parliament right now is using urgency to do things that they claim to have a mandate for, and there are legitimate arguments for and against. And my view is that there are good reasons to get on with the important work that you have to do, and I don't want to overstate the size of this problem. But nevertheless, it's important that council does comply with the law. Particularly, there is an offence provision, and so I think for rule of law kind of purposes, yeah, it's important to do the right thing and be seen to do the right thing.
Councillor McNulty. very quickly.
Yeah, incredibly quickly. Sorry, I can't not ask this. What's the current status on the sale of milk in Wellington?
Oh, I'm so glad you asked, Councillor. I wasn't expecting it, but a treat. I would refer that back to council. As you'll be aware, I asked the council to resolve this issue previously. Another one of these issues that perhaps Councillor Chung might consider to be, trivial, but the same sort of arguments about the rule of law, I think, really apply here. I don't know what the current status of it is. I understand that it was going to be something that the previous mayor would take forward with perhaps the local MP and secure a local bill to repeal that piece of legislation. And I'm curious to know myself.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Tyrone. We really appreciate your time.
Thank you very much, Your
We'll
Worship.
take what you've said away. I would now like to welcome Libby Durnley to speak to item 3.1.
Kia ora, good morning. I'm Libby. I've not done public speaking much, if ever, and I've never been to a council meeting, so I didn't write anything. I just wanted to say what I have to say, and I'm more than happy to hear some questions if I don't take up 5 minutes. Back in 2013, I started running events. They were small craft markets supporting local artisans, giving them a place to sell. Time progressed, and when Reading Cinemas opened the courtyard, they asked me to run one of these events at their opening weekend. And from then on, I began to build a relationship with Readings. I have learnt over the years to pay little attention to what I see in the media in terms of development of the area. And this week it was brought to my attention that today was happening and there was a vote to be happening, and I realised it was time to actually pay a bit more attention. I learnt early on just to give management a call and say, is this a thing or is this not a thing? And they'd steer me in the right direction. So this week when I found out that this was heading in a direction, I thought I'd just come and tell you what it's like for us. I'm aware often big business gets categorised as big business and they only make big business deals. But from our point of view, from me as a very small events coordinator, we now have a retail space called Rally Collective. We've grown to open 6 retail spaces within the Wellington region where we set up a retail space and people approach us wanting to sell their products. It's not all handmade these days, but they do have to be a New Zealand small business. And we have the privilege to support over 160 small businesses now. We have a 7th store opening on Bunny Street on Monday, which will be there as a pop-up location. So going from the small events coordinator to this person with these spaces and the sheer number of businesses that I'm able to support actually only happened because of Readings. We opened 8 days before the country went into lockdown. We opened this space, we had everybody involved, and after 8 days of trading, the whole country, unfortunately due to COVID, had to close down for a while. Readings were a huge support. They froze our rent, we didn't have to pay anything, and without that we would have gone under straight away. We were 8 days in. We didn't have the capital behind us to remain as a business. From then, we opened the doors when we could and continued trading when Readings offered us a larger space. We were pretty scared. Larger space comes with larger rent, and we were still this very small little business. Readings actually worked with us. They worked with us on the rent in a way that every other negotiation we've had since, and I've suggested it, they have looked at us and gone, what are you talking about? It's crazy. But Readings actually worked out what rent they needed in a year, and then they were able to lower it for us at the beginning of the year and increase it at the end of the year. So for a business like ours, Christmas is the majority of the sales, and for all these businesses that we're supporting, if their rent is too high, they can't get involved. So by actually adjusting our rent, they still get the rent that they need, and we were actually able to run this business in a way that makes it sustainable and easy for these small businesses to manage. Nobody else has supported us like them, and they are the reason that we are still around, and we were able to increase, and we're able to support the people we can today. So I know everybody's scared about 32 million being given to this big company that's a worldwide company. But my understanding is it's a loan, and that money will come back, so the taxpayer isn't losing that money, but that money will actually support that area of town. If Readings can get up and running again, people like us, who are the only ones in that Readings area at the moment, we will actually notice people coming back to the city. We will notice other businesses get that confidence to then set up their own space, because they will see that people are going to come back to the city. So I'd really like it to see it go forward to help support that area of town.
Wonderful, thank you, Libby, and look, great public speaking for your first time. So we have time for one question, and we have one from Councillor Pannett.
Thank you for coming in. Just a question of clarification. Have they made a long-term commitment to leasing space to you, even after development, and particularly if they found a wealthier tenant? Thank you.
Yes, I am fully aware we could shoot ourselves in the foot by supporting them. The rent could increase to such that we couldn't get a space there. But I've dealt with the CEO who's based over in Seattle, and she's actually one of our biggest supporters, and it's a result of her that all of this started in the first place. So in this case, no, we don't have a long-term lease. It's always we fix it on a certain number of years each time it's fixed, and we are in one at the moment, and it will renew at the end of that. So no, we don't have 10 years planned like we might in other locations, but they're unable to offer that until they know for sure what's happening with the space. And the relationship that I've built with them, I know that they will work with us to try and continue. It just might be that we can't afford such a big space and we have a smaller space within the building. So yeah, I'm aware it could shoot us in the foot, but for Wellington itself, I think seeing that area of town and the joy that we get out of being there, we're in the middle of Courtenay Place. We open a retail store until 10:30 at night. It's not a bad area of town. We wouldn't do that if it was rough for our staff. But the flip side of that is it could be so much better with less empty space, less empty buildings for people to hang around in or around. We could make it a really nice end of town. So yeah, I get what you're saying. We're fully aware of what we could do, but I still support them.
Thank you, Libby, and look, we love your store. We love Wellington Collective, so well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
I now welcome Justin McKenzie to speak to item 3.1.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me. Kia ora. I've made some notes, but I'm going to be pretty brief. My name is Justin McKenzie. I've operated licensed premises in Courtenay Place, Tory Street and the waterfront for coming up 18 years. Before that, I used to manage bars until stupid o'clock on Courtenay Place and back in the 90s, and recognise some of you from your earlier time. Fortunately, cell phones, so it's all good. I'm here to support the investment in Reading. Quite simply, the Reading site is a scar on Courtenay Place. It's almost like a scar through the city, which we see a separation of the Willis, Cuba and western side of the city and Courtenay Place. Without that, since that site's been empty from the earthquake and then with COVID, it is just a dark hole causing real problems with late night hooligans and youth. It also doesn't provide a nice flow for people to enter our end of the city, and customers who we attract, which are the more mature than what you would normally regard as a Courtenay Place customer, have vocalised that they don't feel comfortable going through that area. So we feel that the investment, while it is a sum of money, it is not a huge sum of money considering the investment that may be following from Reading and what would then create a wonderful follow-through from Te Papa, Te Kina and also to Reading and Courtenay Place, creating the central entertainment precinct that this council and agencies are so pro telling everyone in the country and the world that we are amazing at, yet this is a hole in the heart of it. Another aspect to that, which is sort of a little left field for a person who sells alcohol, but the Reading building as a site in Courtenay Place was a fantastic hub for our youth to go and be entertained, eat bad food, and was a safe zone for, you knew where they were. We don't have that anymore. Time zone doesn't really cut it, and if you broaden that out to Cuba Street and other areas of the city, there's no hub for going to the movies, going to get some food, knowing that your kids are right next to a bus stop that is actually safe to be at. These things are really important, and especially for the night economy for us, parents and families would come in, eat something, go to the movies, may have a drink or dine in one of the restaurants or other businesses in Courtenay Place, either pre or post the movie. We do see that with theatre goers, but that's not necessarily a family coming to the city. That's people who have means already. They are going to the theatre, and unfortunately a lot of them are now getting into an Uber, a cab or some sort of vehicle, not usually an e-scooter, but they're usually leaving straight before or after their show. And I think that's a really important part of what Wellington is, that hub of creating people coming to the city, wanting to be there. The really disheartening part is there's more people living in the CBD than ever before, but they're more likely to stay at home than come into the city to get their noodles, go to a movie. It's cheap. It's cheaper to get Netflix and some shit delivered on a scooter than it is to come into the city. And having that engagement, that zone, is really important. So I can't stress enough that as a bar owner and other bar owners and other business owners in Courtenay Place, the investment in Reading is so important to that area. And I think the only addition to that would be that increased pressure on them to act quickly and efficiently is very important. And I know that part of the proposal involves council having influence on the design, but I would stress also for council, if that is the case, make your decisions promptly and efficiently, and don't, I can't use that word, mess around. Thank you.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Justin. We'll take a couple of questions. Councillor Randall.
Yes, Justin, are you aware that the council is already committing to spend tens of millions of dollars in Courtenay Place under the Golden Mile project to, enhance its pedestrian access and all the amenity?
Yes.
And so this you need this as well, is that?
Yes. Okay. On a Friday night, no one's coming to look at a tree. And a tree on a pavement's amazing, but it's still just a tree on a pavement. Even if you put lights on it, it's not that engaging. No one comes to a city anywhere in the world to walk on a street and go, that's amazing, unless you're in Barcelona or New York. We are not. So we're wanting residents to come into the city to actually be entertained, enjoy the environment, enjoy the precinct. Amazing if it's safer and more accessible, but we still need people to be things for them to do. At the moment, if you are a person with young children or even teenagers, if you come to Courtenay Place, you have the embassy at the end, you have restaurants, you have the time zone in the middle, but we don't have that precinct, that central hub where entertainment is found. And I hope with Reading being part of that conversation, the cinema complex is part of that. Obviously the world is changing, but I think engagement in downtown is what we need. And amazing if we see the beautification of Courtenay Place. To be honest, nothing's happened there since they put a camera on a tripod 20 years ago, and it needs to be improved. But that won't in itself bring people. Something like Reading will.
Thank you, Justin. We've actually run out of time for questions, but really appreciate your time.
Thank you so much. Yes.
I would like to welcome Craig Stewart to speak to item 3.1. He is now on Zoom.
Thank you, Tori. So I'm just checking in that you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Great. Hey, look, thanks for the opportunity. I'm a director of Strata Management. We've been active in property development in Wellington for over 25 years. We've completed at least 19 buildings in the city, as well as many hundreds of townhouses. If you're familiar with Victoria Street, most of the new buildings through there we've built. We currently own 3 inner city sites, and they're either consented or about to be consented. But my reason for speaking today is to support the Reading Initiative. Look, from the beginning, from a property perspective, it's been very clear to me that this is not a deal where the council gives $32 million to wealthy Americans, as has been portrayed in the media. It's really, it's a deal or an agreement where 20-odd million is secured or borrowed on the underlying land value. And the interest cost of this is offset either by a ground rent or a lease back to Reading. So really the 10 to 12 million left is really just a short-term opportunity cost to the city, and to help create what I believe will be an overdue revamp to Courtenay Place. I'd just like to pause for a moment. As you may be aware, I'm overseas at the moment. I prepared some notes yesterday to speak to you today, and then this morning I read the Mayor's recent, or overnight for me, press release. My point is, this is now very obviously just what I would call a pretty normal property transaction. And I knew nothing about the detail, yet I believe I've accurately, summarised just a minute ago how it looks. So I actually think council officers have done a pretty good job from a property perspective or from an agreement perspective. I mentioned earlier the 3 inner city sites that we currently own. In the property sector, it's very usual to own land for years. We usually heavily subsidise the interest cost and other costs associated with the sites. And we do this because ultimately a time will come when we add value to the site and hopefully make a profit. In the Reading case, I think the profit is ultimately a significant contribution by the council to the rejuvenation of that area, on top of the other money that's getting spent that was just mentioned previously by one of the councillors. Another way that I look at this is, at the moment, Reading is like the worst house in the street, and it really should be or could be the best house in the street. And unfortunately, the current owner doesn't seem to care a lot about the land and buildings, and certainly doesn't appear to me to care a lot about the city. In the past, certainly I believe others have tried to actually buy parts of the Reading side, in particular the car park on the Wakefield Street side. And certainly our experience was they just wouldn't engage. I've listened to some of the other speakers. I agree with them. Reading in the past used to be very much the heart of Courtenay Place. Look, when I lived in a building close by a few years ago, my children could safely go there to meet their friends and watch a movie. They didn't know that the dad was actually hiding around the corner keeping an eye on them. They thought they were very grown up. But now that they're older, they actually really go to Courtenay Place. And I think, there, as again we've just heard, there's this perception of it's not that safe. In my view, I think you can directly attribute the decline in the area to the closure of Reading. And I commend overall the initiative that's created this deal, and believe that an agreement can be made, albeit with really tight conditions around delivery and an actual reopening date. And I may have overlooked it, but I didn't see any detail on that in the overnight press release. Ultimately, the 10 to 12 million of actual capital invested by the council is going to get repaid many times over the years. I think without this investment, it's obvious that the owners will continue to neglect the site, and any further money spent by the city in this area could be wasted, because many of us agree that it will just continue to be a wasteland, yet it needs to be the centre of the city, or that part of the city. I've always had a view that in times of adversity, or in this case risk, to do nothing and therefore just reject this proposal is just not an option. In my view, there's greater risk in just doing nothing. And so, look.
Sorry, Craig, we've come to the end of time, but if you wanted to make a final point, this
would
be
look, a really quick point, Tori. Like, my vision is that in 10 years' time, the Courtenay precinct should be a thriving area with low-rise residential, with quality ground spaces and lots of people day and night. And I think your initiative with Reading will make that happen. Thanks.
Wonderful, thank you, and we appreciate you zooming in when I hear you're overseas. So thank you, Craig. Do we have... Yes, please, welcome.
Kia ora koutou. My name is Markel Parkinson. I am currently the president of Victoria University Students Association, Te Akatuera. I am 21. I've been living in the city since 2021, and I'm here today to talk about the Reading Cinema deal. The revitalisation of Wellington Central City is crucial to our student community. Courtenay Place is currently a space which does not feel particularly safe and lacks any affordable and alcohol-free activities or spaces for our young people. When I was speaking to both current and past students over the past few days about the Reading Cinema space, I heard plenty of fond memories and incredible stories about a space that I've never seen in use since living here. I also heard about some of the amazing environment and the amazing activities that went on there and how much people really appreciated it. Most of the current students I talked to had never seen the space in use and kind of just saw it as an eyesore that sits in the middle of Wellington, and you know, they walk past it and don't take much notice. The reopening and activation of this space is essential to city safety, and safety is of utmost importance and should be a core priority when making decisions like this. Creating a community hub which is accessible and open to all is key. Students have stopped coming to Wellington. Vic Uni has seen a massive downturn in how many students we receive each year, and a lot of that is due to a lack of activation within the city. They don't see spaces where they feel they can hang out that don't involve drinking, don't involve drugs and other sort of partying things. They need a space where they can just go to hang out with their friends and eat food. You know, we don't have a lot of great food court spaces or places that they can hang out that don't cost insane amounts of money. There are many things that could have been done in the past to resolve this issue, and I understand that, you know, we've got things like land value tax and stuff which totally could have come through to try and prevent this, but at this point in time, the building is standing there derelict. We need to make sure that we don't let spaces like this ruin the vibe of the whole city. We've got so many spaces that are protected by things like heritage or are ruined by earthquake strengthening that are sitting there left to rot because the council or whoever else is in charge of those spaces don't seem to make it a priority to make a city that truly fits the needs of those who currently live here. So I really just want to, on behalf of the students of Victoria University, say that we would really, really love to see this space revitalised, and I would encourage the council to take this deal, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much for that. Do we have any questions from councillors? Councillor Pennant.
Thank you for coming in, and it's great to hear your perspective. I'm just wondering if you think it's necessary to preserve a car park or to have a McDonald's in there to make it a great environment. Could someone do something better than what's being proposed?
I'm sure in any scenario we look at, there are always things that can be done that are better than what's been proposed, but it's about looking at what's realistic, and what's on the table right now seems like a realistic and helpful way to go forward that is actually going to happen in the foreseeable future. There are so many spaces in Wellington that sit empty because we wait for the perfect moment to come along, and I think that sometimes it's just taking the opportunity that we've been given.
Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much for coming in, very much appreciated. You're talking about your friends from Victoria University would like to have a place to hang out, a place to go where they can enjoy themselves away from alcohol and drugs and things. If you look at the Courtenay Place precinct, we're putting tens of millions into that area to actually rejuvenate it and to bring it up. So what sort of facilities would you actually like? What would you actually like to see there?
I mean, spaces, so what Courtenay Place had before, I mean, there were theatre spaces there, they had the movie theatre, obviously, as well, food court areas. I've heard a lot about people just being able to go and sit in the food court area and hang out, not necessarily having to buy things. That's really rare to find in the city. Mm-hmm. So honestly, just about anything that is affordable and isn't an alcohol-based area would be something that students would really appreciate.
Great, thank you very much.
Wonderful. I think that brings us to the end of our questions, so really want to appreciate your time. Thank you. I would now like to welcome Brian Block to speak to 3.1.
Hello there. Brian Block and David Grant. We own a company called Crown Commercial, commercial real estate company in Wellington. We're on the ground basically day to day, walking the streets of Courtenay Place and Manners Street. On the coalface, we're seeing everything that's happening, the changes over the last 10 years or so. With Reading closing, it had a huge impact on local businesses and the property owners. We're talking to the tenants every day and to the landlords of those buildings, and the impact of Reading closing and the change in the retail landscape, the types of tenants that we're talking to now are not the big international brands. It's more the local mum and dad tenants. They're finding it more difficult to meet rents because you don't have the footfall that we used to have in Courtenay with Reading opening. It's, as many people have already mentioned, not a safe environment now for people to go with their families. I used to go all the time with my girls. Wouldn't dream of going up there anymore. Even in the evenings where you used to start having drinks in the CBD and then head off up to Courtenay afterwards with the clients, thing of the past now. We are getting inquiry from these international brands, and most of the big brands are just saying that we're waiting to hear. It's all about Reading. That's the catalyst for us to look at investment in the Courtenay area. Courtenay is the hub of entertainment in Wellington, and just at the moment with the sort of dilapidated buildings around there, many of the landlords are looking at projects like hotels, which obviously, again, is key to Wellington with the event centre. I'm speaking to many of those landlords along there, and again, it's when Courtenay opens. There's 3 or 4 big projects there, and all of them are on hold. You'll see all the empty buildings there. It's just, we won't invest. We can't bank the project until there's confidence again back in Courtenay Place. And that, unfortunately, is kind of led by Reading. So there is demand. There will be demand. We need to get the types of tenants to give the variety of entertainment that we used to have. Those tenants need, as I mentioned, the footfall. We need people to go back to Courtenay Place and spend money. And if we get that, the rents will start to increase. Landlords then will have the money to spend on their buildings. We've got probably 2-3 years before many of those buildings need to be strengthened. What's going to happen then? Who knows, because none of them can bank those projects. If we can get the rental income up, those landlords will be able to strengthen those buildings and will hopefully attract better tenants. So it's really important, in my opinion, that things change there. There needs to be investment. You mentioned tens of millions of dollars going into Courtenay Place. I'm not sure where that's going, because it's not a safe environment to walk. I prefer to choose to wear a suit every day, and it's not a safe place for me to walk around, getting abused most days at the moment as I walk around Manners and Courtenay Place. So we need to bring the families back, and I think that'll have a huge impact on changing the city.
We actually have a couple of questions, but really want to thank you for that, Brian.
Okay.
That's really useful. Deputy Mayor.
Kia ora, thank you for coming in today. Will the certainty of or direction of Reading encourage commercial interest to happen sooner? So if there is certainty, do you think the demand will start being...
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So not about waiting for it to have happened. The certainty that it will happen will help.
Yeah,
that would be enough, wouldn't it? Yeah, to encourage people to make a decision.
Yeah, thank you.
Great. Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. Whilst we've been talking about the price of the land, the actual development of that site, and given the size of it, do you think there's sufficient funding to be, whoever owns that site, to be able to do the investment?
As in Reading being able to afford to do the investment?
Well, I don't want to pick on Reading, so to speak, but knowing how much would it cost to sort of bring up that whole development roughly? Have you got an idea?
Or I've not looked at any numbers like that. I'm dealing with many other landlords along Courtenay Place, and as I said, they're looking at developing their empty buildings at the moment, and projects are 30+ million. So they're all on hold, waiting to hear what's happening with Reading. They're not confident to jump into those until they see the landscape change and it come back to how it was before, I guess.
Okay, so Takina hasn't made much of a difference in terms of giving people confidence?
Not really. The businesses along there have picked up slightly, but what we're hearing is that a lot of people that are coming into the city, the cruise ships are back, for instance, and I walk along, obviously, again in a suit, and people are always asking me for directions and where to go with their maps, and then I get to hear, hey, what's going on with this city? It's you got a real problem with social and people on the streets begging everywhere. I mean, that's obviously not today's meeting, but I don't think we're giving a great impression to the world. That's my concern at the moment. The last, 5 years in particular, Wellington has just dived badly. And, you've got to spend the money in the right places. I get it. We've got the issues of the pipes and other problems, but I think this is an opportunity to change, a really important part of Wellington.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brian. We're actually out of time for questions, but really appreciate your input. I would like to welcome Sir Mark, and I believe he's also brought Nick. You're very welcome, given these 2 seats, to sit at the table.
Okay, all right. There we go. I got overridden. Well, good morning. My name's Nick Wareham, and I'm with Sir Mark Denijczyk, and I'm representing Sir Mark today. Sir Mark is very hard of hearing, so any questions, and I'm sure you'll cooperate. We wish to speak to you today about the proposed commercial arrangements with Reading. Sir Mark, of course, requires little introduction, having made significant and well-publicised contributions to the city. He funded and started Wellington's first helicopter rescue service. Along with his partner Dorothy Spotswood, he donated more than $53 million to build the Wellington Children's Hospital, and latterly has pledged another $50 million to build a mental health hospital in Lower Hutt. He has donated tens of millions of dollars to Victoria University for studies in sustainable energy and mechatronic engineering, and has also pledged that his entire estate will be gifted to the Nico Foundation to the benefit of the people of Wellington. His motives and his intentions as a philanthropist for the benefit of Wellington and its citizens are selfless, and they are clear. As an experienced and successful commercial property developer, the proposed arrangement with Reading Cinema pains him, and he believes that this is a poor deal for Wellington and its citizens. He believes that the ratepayers are on the raw end of the deal. The key points that Sir Mark takes issue with are that the council will be risking $6 million of ratepayers' money up front, essentially funding Reading's feasibility and consenting costs, with little guarantee that the redevelopment project will proceed and no ability for council to recover funds. If the redevelopment proceeds, that the council will then be paying the balance of $26 million up front and will be putting ratepayers' money into the deal before Reading, and that the council will therefore lose its commercial leverage and the ability to hold Reading to account for an outcome. That the council will simply be covering its own costs of funds. It's unlikely, in our opinion, that this will match a normal commercial ground rental, and therefore the citizens of Wellington will not only be subsidising a commercial entity, they will also be foregoing a normal commercial return on land. That Reading is accessing council funding lines which will reduce the borrowing capacity of council in an already constrained financial environment where there are significant demands on funding for infrastructure. And on this last point, we're a little uncertain now given last night's report in the Post, and we do stand to be corrected. However, we had understood that Readings can buy back the land at the original sale price and that the ratepayers will therefore forego any uplift in value. So Mark urges councillors not to proceed with this deal. But rather than just picking holes and criticising, Sir Mark is prepared to offer an alternative, whereby Readings can sell its land at commercial value and whereby the citizens of Wellington can have their cake and eat it too. Sir Mark proposes that he will negotiate directly with Readings to purchase the land in question at commercial value. He will offer Readings a ground lease on commercial terms. He will make payment to Readings for the land on a progress built completed basis, and he will contribute his funds after Readings have first invested their own money. The ground rental from Readings will go to Sir Mark's estate, which of course will ultimately be gifted to the Nico Foundation, and that in 50 years' time, Sir Mark's estate will then gift the freehold title of the land back to the citizens of Wellington. If Readings wish to buy the land back prior to the gifting to Wellington City, then they can enter into negotiations to do so. However, it will be at current market value at the time. Councillors, we welcome your questions and we welcome Reading to the negotiating table.
Thank you so much. And look, first I want to say to Sir Mark, we really appreciate his huge contribution to the city and generosity. It's, you know, we will forever be thankful for that. I do have a list of questions, so starting with Councillor McNulty.
Thank you, Mark and Nick. I just wondered if you caught in the post last night that there is going to be a bank guarantee during the Phase 1 feasibility and that it is a fully refundable deposit. So whilst that feasibility study is underway and they apply for consents, they will have a bank guarantee that gives us security. I just wondered if that was something you're aware of and whether that changes your views on at least potentially the start phase of the deal.
You won't hear it. Just saying there's a bank guarantee and that the deposit's refundable. We weren't aware of that, and we do welcome that. But nevertheless, I think the key point is that we would prefer to see the other party put their money up front first.
It's a fundamental, in simple terms, if you give away, you have no more command or control. If you have your funds at the end, then you can control the development and have it done to your liking. And furthermore, if the developer is so hard up and if the development is so finely tuned that it depends how whether you pay 6 or 4.5% interest, then the deal is doomed to start with if you have so little margin.
Councillor Randall.
Just in terms of 32 million, I mean, I'm not sure what a good rate of return is on, a commercial rate of return is on the land. I was wondering if you could help me in terms of $32 million worth of land. What sort of money would you be expecting roughly in terms of a lease?
It depends enormously of what sort of a security you have and what sort of a deal you strike. Frankly, I do investment where I have as little as 7%, but also investment where I have 12 and 18%. So it is.
So 7% would be on the low end?
On the low end, yes.
Okay. And the second question is, as a developer, the land appreciation.
He's asking essentially the ground rent return, 7%.
Yeah. So as a developer, you get lease money, but the land appreciation is also a key part of your profit model. Is that correct?
Very much so.
Thank you.
Councillor Chung.
Say, if I was in the shoes of Wellington City Council and this deal, I would walk away as fast as I could. However, if I was in the shoes of Reading, I would laugh all the way to the bank.
Councillor Chung.
Thank you very much for coming in, Mark, and also Nick. Thank you very much for that. I have the greatest respect for what you've done for Wellington, and again, you know, I echo the Mayor's thanks to you for this. There's a lot of discussion about the main reason for the council going into this, and that is to rejuvenate Courtenay Place, to liven it up again, to change it from where we've actually sunk to bring it back to life. And also I've mentioned previously about the tens of millions that we're actually putting into Courtenay Place.
Question, please, Councillor.
Do you think that there is a big difference between if we have this investment in Reading or we spend more money in Courtenay Place, all the money that we've actually allocated to spend in there? Do you think that there's a significant benefit or difference between the two?
You want to answer that? Yeah, you.
So our position is that we welcome a redevelopment of the Reading site. We don't disagree with that. And we don't disagree with the other monies that are spent to rejuvenate the city. It is in need of it. There's no question of that. Our beef is with the commerciality of the deal. It is uncommercial.
Yeah. Great. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I'm not seeing any. Oh, sorry, Councillor Pennant.
Thank you for your generous offer. It's appreciated. We disagreed on the Harcourts building, but thank you. So I just want to understand, we have a ground lease portfolio of 234 million, so nearly 14% of it is being used to help fund this development. Can we afford to do this for every commercial developer who comes to us? And the other question is, can you make a profit from developing the whole of the site? Because all they're doing is strengthening the building. Yeah. So can you develop the whole site for a profit without a subsidy? Okay, so you can do it. You don't need the subsidy. And do you think we should fund every commercial property developer with our portfolio of 234 million until it's gone? Because we're going to lose money if they buy it within the 10 years.
There are enough commercial developers that will gladly accept that deal. There is no shortage of people that are prepared to risk their money and develop the site completely. You haven't, as far as I know, the council has never offered it to a private developer.
Wonderful. That brings us to the end, but I really want to thank you, Sir Mark, for your time and your generosity for the city. Thank you. We will adjourn for morning tea. We now move on to general business. I would like to welcome Councillor Rogers to make his maiden speech.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Nō kōtiri ana me Engari me Airana oku tipuna. Ko Munro me Mackenzie toku iwi. Ko Lynn Rogers toku whaia. Ko Christopher Rogers toku papa. Ko Manuatu ki Ashurst au, te whenua tupu, engari ki te whanganui atara e noho ana au. Ko Geordie Rogers toku ingoa. Ko tēnei taku mihi ki ngā tangata whenua o te rohi nei, ka mihi hoki au ki ngā tohu o te rohi nei. Nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa. I'm incredibly humbled to be here today. As others have highlighted to me recently, I'm just a 24-year-old from Ashurst. But like many people who come to live here, I've grown to love the city and I can't see myself leaving. When I first moved here to study, I immediately fell in love with everything that was around me. I was able to walk anywhere that I wanted. I was able to open my doors and the heart of the city was on my doorstep. And to my surprise, there was never a day where there wasn't 10 things on in the city. Like many people who moved here though, I also had holes in my wall. I had mould in my rental property that I was also paying far more than I should have to live in. And I also had to watch as some of my friends struggled to afford to study, and as they set aside their hopes and dreams to live paycheck to paycheck. And it is all of those things that made me stand for issues that I am passionate about. Incredibly passionate about rental housing and how people live in our great city. And while on paper, as I've been told by the Chief Executive and many other members of ELT, we provide over 400 services, I really do think that what the Council provides is so much more than 400 services. The Council provides so much of the foundations that touch every part of our life. It can be the difference between living in cold, damp and expensive flats or living in warm, dry, affordable homes. It can be the difference between wading through the streets in your gumboots or having a city that responds to the climate crisis and adapts to the way that we need to live. It can also be the difference between losing hope in our city. But it can also mean looking forward to a future where our children, our grandchildren, and hopefully their children as well, can thrive. And I don't say that because I think it's easy. I think that is incredibly difficult and a task that none of us should avoid. But I don't think anyone would also say we can do this on our own. Through the first few days of inductions I've had, I've got to meet many of the staff in this building, many of the councillors around this table, and I think I've never felt less alone in trying to make Pōneke the best city in Aotearoa. I think everyone is unified within that vision. And of course there are people outside of these walls as well, without whom the work we do here wouldn't be possible. And so I really do want to thank my family, my friends, everyone who joined in on the campaign, and every single person who has walked the footsteps of councillors and across many council tables before me. I also have to thank everyone out there in Pōneke who voted or perhaps didn't feel like their voice was heard and chose not to vote or weren't aware that they could vote. And I think whether or not people voted for me, I will never take this position for granted. I think no one at this table sort of owns their position. It is all one that we work for and we earn. And in that mindset, I want to work tirelessly, putting people and the planet first. I will work incredibly hard to make sure that no future generation is facing the many crises that we are facing today. And I'll also make sure that we're building a city where everyone can thrive. And I will look forward to doing that with everyone at this table, everyone in this building, and everyone in Pōneke. Tēnā koutou katoa.
I would like to move that we receive Councillor Rogers, and I thank you and congratulate you. It's really wonderful to have you here. Councillor Matthews will second. Would you like to speak?
We're just absolutely thrilled to have you as a colleague, Geordie. Congratulations, and thank you for your beautiful words today.
Any debate? Wonderful. Yeah, let's just move to a vote. Let's get it done. On receiving our new councillor. Councillor Randall. Wonderful, that has passed. Welcome, Councillor Rogers. We now move to 3.1, notice motion for the revocation of the City Activation Project. There has been some discussion about whether or not this goes into PX, but I'm going to hand over to Barbara.
Kia ora koutou. Councillors, you all received an email from me yesterday outlining to you that I had decided to recommend to the Mayor and to you that you do not have to have this discussion in public excluded, on the basis that negotiations with Reading are sufficiently advanced for us to have been able to agree with them on the release of certain information which I have provided to you, and so you understand the parameters of the discussion we have today. We have our CFO Andrea Reeves and Phil Becker here to introduce the report and answer any of your questions before you enter into debate.
Kia ora koutou, councillors and Mayor, Deputy Mayor. I just wanted to reflect on the key purpose of this work, which was articulated in both the paper and also these slides that have now been made publicly available. The first key purpose of this work is to enable the regeneration of Courtenay Place and the nearing surrounds of that area. And this is a really important initiative alongside all of the other pieces of work that we are actually doing along Courtenay Place. We have seen a decline in the area and we have heard of, including from our speakers today, a number of safety concerns that have been raised. And so the key purpose of this is really to start to address some of those concerns in a timely way. The second key principle that we took into this negotiation was to ensure that the deal would be at no cost to ratepayers, and that was a really important principle that we took into our negotiations. We are confident that with council involvement we can accelerate the reopening of Courtenay Central. That wouldn't be possible without us going into this deal. As with all commercial negotiations, the initiative does come with risks, which we have worked very carefully through in terms of our negotiations with Reading, carefully considering those and sought to mitigate those. And so the decision today is really whether or not we continue to proceed with those final parts of the negotiation. I did just want to clarify a couple of things and just make sure there was a really clear understanding of the deal. The value of $32 million has been ascertained through an appropriate and normal process where we sought a valuation of the land, as did Reading. We landed actually through negotiating between the two valuations on our valuation of $32 million, which was the lower of the two. The deposit of $6 million that we have agreed in terms of the negotiations so far must meet certain terms, and if those terms are not met, it would be repayable back to us. So it's fully refundable. It doesn't until we go unconditional, do Reading get to keep that money, and there's a number of conditions that they get to meet, that they have to meet as part of that. And equally, if we terminate during that time, that money would be refunded. We also have secured guarantees as well over that deposit. There has also been suggestions around Reading putting their money in first. I think my point around that is if Reading were in a position to put their money in first, they would be working on this right now. And the whole point of this deal is to ensure we expedite the rejuvenation of Courtenay Central. So just going back to those key purposes, to enable the regeneration of Courtenay Place and at no cost to the ratepayer. Happy to take any questions.
Okay, I will take a list. I'll start with me. I have 3 questions. The first one, so we heard with our submitters, Sir Mark, talk about an alternative proposal. I just want your opinion on the viability of that.
So, look, I can't comment on behalf of Reading. I'm not here to advocate for Reading and whether or not they would or wouldn't accept a deal like that. Probably what I could reflect on was a previous speaker just noted that he'd made offers to Reading and they had not been accepted. So, Reading have entered into these negotiations with us to redevelop the site. They still want to own the site and redevelop that. I'm not sure that, what their other intent would be with other developers.
Thank you. Second question. A couple of the submitters talked about the drop in foot traffic since Reading closed. Do we have any projections should this proceed?
Look, that's something that we've thought about as we've worked our way through this project, this initiative, and one of the ways I've provided some sort of a baseline or index, I've noted that the cinema out at Queensgate Mall, when that was reopened in September 22, in fact, the Stride annual report, the owner of the mall, they noted that on opening of the cinema, there was a 20% year-on-year increase in retail sales for the shops within the mall and surrounds. There was a 98% occupancy achieved, and probably more importantly, is that there was an 8% rental uplift. So the halo effect, if you like, of opening a cinema on that area has actually lifted the tide and all boats floated higher, for want of a better analogy. That relies on footfall, and so the cinema has attracted the footfall there with an increased number of people visiting.
Cool. Halo effect, I like that. And look, what would be the risk of this deal falling through?
So I think the key thing is that the building would stay in its current state until a much longer period. So Reading don't have until 2035 before it's required to do anything. So again, I guess we've referred to this in the past as a shadow on Courtenay Place. That shadow would remain for a much longer period.
Thank you. Councillor Young.
So I've got a couple of questions. I know that council has discussed the idea of selling the airport shares. If those shares were sold, would any of the proceeds be used to fund this deal?
Absolutely not. Those shares from the sale of the airport would be completely ring-fenced into a perpetual investment fund. They would not be used to fund council projects or other initiatives.
Great, thank you. And second question is, I see in the paper this morning, the Post, that the council might lease space in the Reading.
I'm not aware of any agreement to lease space in Reading at all.
We'll have to talk to the Post journalists about that. All right, thank you. And then my third one is, with the rent reviews, are the rent reviews going to be looking at increasing the rent over the years?
Do you mean the rent reviews with Reading?
Yes.
Okay. Can you answer that? No.
So they will be at the same price for how many years?
So the deal proposes a 21-year lease to enter into with a fixed rate, and that'll be renewable on a 21-year period. That said, we have the option to purchase, to sell after the year 10.
So just so I'm clear, so for 21 years, the rent, the lease that they pay to us will be a fixed amount?
Yeah, so we operate our ground lease portfolio is based on a 21-year renewal period. However, this is actually better because we have the option to sell the land and get out of the deal, as it were.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Chung.
Thank you. I just have one question. In 1999, the Reading bought the property for $3.3 million. In 2024, the property is now valued at $18.8 million. But our agreement with them is that we're looking at paying them $32 million. So why is it that we're paying above the valuation? Was this negotiated, or could we actually do anything better for the council for this?
I explained the valuation of the property. So we sought and commissioned a property valuer to undertake the valuation of the property in question, as did Reading, which is a normal course for when you would purchase any land, where both the buyer and the seller would look at their own values, and we negotiated that based on the lower of those two values, and that was the value that has been agreed.
Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, maybe it's just first one's a bit of an expansion on one of the Mayor's questions, but what comparisons can you say would there be between the deal that Wellington City Council are looking to put forward compared to what Sir Mark has detailed this morning?
But there's a fundamental difference insofar as Reading are willing to sell their land for a limited period to us, as Andrew has referred to before, and one of the earlier speakers referred to. The developer market has approached Reading. They haven't been interested in proceeding with any of those offers. Okay. So,
and are you supportive of any governance decisions at conclusion of the end of phase one of the deal? So when the bank guarantee and when they are ready to execute?
Ultimately, that would be a decision for the council, but the impact of that would be to undermine confidence to invest, not only in this particular initiative, but also across the city if they thought they were exposed to that.
Do you think Readings are aware there will be another local body election before then, and that there is the potential for more political risk from their perspective?
I'm sure they're aware there's going to be another local body election in the next few years. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Pennant.
Thank you. And I would just like to take the opportunity to thank you publicly for trying to come up with an innovative solution, and it is appreciated. So look, the thing that I've been trying to get my head around is why Reading, as a multinational company, cannot afford to do this. We are obviously legislatively not a bank or a charity. So, and are we dealing with a company that is actually financially robust so that they will carry out what they've said they'll do?
So look, what my response to that is that the initiative that we agreed to, or the council agreed to on the 4th of October, contained a number of controls such that if there was a situation where they were constrained financially or for other reasons they couldn't fulfil the obligations under the agreement, we have mechanisms in place to secure our risk.
So sorry, the question is why they can't afford it. I just can't understand. They're a property developer. Their job is to go and raise finance from the private sector as a general rule.
Yes, and one of their strategies is that any development must stand on its own 2 feet, and that's no different in this particular one. So it funds itself, and so they are prudently seeking opportunities for funding. One of them is through us, and one of them will be through a bank.
So that brings me to my next question, which is really, in a way, the crux of the matter. Yes, of course they want to come to us, because at the point, if they do decide to buy the land within the 10-year period, they get to buy it at $32 million. We've seen Councillor Chung's question was useful, that it is rapidly increased in value over the time that they have bought it.
Question, please,
So the question is, how is it justifiable that the ratepayer might lose out $30 million, $60 million, however much the value of the land goes up, when you keep saying there's no cost to ratepayers? There seems to be a very significant cost to ratepayers.
I think the valuation in that land that you've just spoken about is speculative. We simply don't know whether or not that land is going to appreciate or depreciate. Yes, trends have shown that land has appreciated over the last 10 years, but actually, if it was to depreciate as well, that does protect us as well. I think, we have negotiated a 10-year period for buyback, and that has been part of the commercial negotiation.
The due diligence material is public excluded, which I have respected, but is it possible to release it because there is additional information which is not accessible to the public, so they can't understand why some of us are taking the stand we've taken? So can it be released?
No, it can't.
Okay, and just the last question I've got is, given we are a public entity governed by strict legislation, this deal has been done without any public policy guiding it. Do you think that that's the best way forward to give confidence to residents that we're trying to do the best we can to manage the resources?
Absolutely, and I will highlight a recommendation and a noting in the 4th of October paper that we do develop policy to make sure that we do appropriately have that policy in place for future decisions or deals.
Councillor Randall. Oh, next? Yep, all good. Councillor Abdurrahman.
Just following up on Councillor Panet's question, for funding through the bank, will the council supporting Reading to have that funding through the bank in any way?
No.
Good. The second question is why we can't have a policy to address vacant land to force them to do something instead of giving them the money, and to develop that policy, how long will it take?
Can I just clarify your question, Councillor, in terms of is that the rating policy in terms of vacant land?
Yes.
Yeah. So the council has made a decision. In principle, we do need to go out and consult on that as part of the long-term plan process, that a differential will be set for vacant land.
Do you think once that become implemented, it will help to address the issue of holding the land?
That's a matter for decisions for those that have vacant land. I can't speculate as to what their decisions will result in as a result.
Okay, my last question would be, when will the due diligence will be released?
As we answered, it won't be released. That is commercially sensitive information.
You mean forever?
It's correct, yeah. It's been provided for the particular purposes under a non-disclosure agreement, and it's not going to be released, correct?
Councillor Randall.
I've got a few questions, but I'll just start picking up on the comment you made to Councillor Young around we're going to offer them a fixed rate So we're going to, so the way I understand the deal structure is we're going to borrow the money and we're going to offer them a fixed rate for 21 years based on the borrowings, and then we're also going to pay the net off the debt by selling some other leases. Is that a fair summary?
Correct.
Okay. So if we're offering a fixed rate, how sure are we that rate is going to cover our borrowing costs?
Through the local government funding agency, we can lock in fixed terms for quite a long period of time, so we can be absolutely certain of that rate.
That's great. Oh, and while I've got the floor, I do also want to thank you not only for an innovative deal, but also the efforts you've made to make what is a commercial deal as transparent as possible and as public as possible. I know it's been a very difficult exercise, and I think you've gone a long way towards this because it's a special case we're dealing with. So the next question, when did Reading first approach the council not being willing to sell the land, offering to sell the land in this sort of deal?
I'm going on recall here, Councillor. It would be a couple of years ago that that I recall conversations about the future use of not only the Courtenay Central but also the adjoining land. Obviously, from a city guardian perspective, none of us wanted to see that land in the state that it was. So the conversations grew from that point, if you like, such that to get us here today.
Okay. So in terms of the... can I go on back on the list? Thank you, sorry.
Councillor Free.
Yes, and thank you for the work that's gone into bringing us this deal. My question is really about, there's been such a lot of talk about the outcomes that we want to achieve, you know, the revitalisation, the family-friendly place, the, you know, retail. But I have not yet seen a concept plan. I don't think any of our colleagues have. So is it going to look roughly like it looks now, or are we going to get something different? Because it's a bit perturbing to me that you know, there's a lot of talk about the outcomes, but nothing to show what the outcomes might actually look like.
Yes, look, if I go back to the 4th of October, when Council agreed to this initiative, and we laid out a set of conditions that we were requiring of Reading, we talked at length prior to that about the context around how that deal had come about, and also what the $6 million deposit was actually funding. And that $6 million is to fund a design process to get through to achieving the necessary consent so that they can go out to the market and tender for construction. So through that period, there will be a refining and an establishment of a design. Normally, or quite often in these sorts of situations, you would have a design against which you would put money. This is reverse in this case, and it is that was discussed and agreed at Council back on the 4th of October. Now, all that said, we are working with Reading on an outline plans and specifications that remains in confidence at this point because they have a commercial intellectual property in those designs and what they will mean for the future of that cinema, and that is why.
Would it be very normal, though, to be asked to commit money to a project at this time scale without actually having some kind of concept plan, like even just a fairly inexpensive one?
Yep. So we've got a block plan. We've got descriptive photos and images of what it could look like, but of course, they haven't gone through a design process yet. And so, to be fair to the architects and designers that they will engage in the future, that process has to run its course. But certainly there is there are a set of bones there that I'm sure we can all relate to insofar as, you know, ground floor and a set of theatres up on the top. Now, how it looks and feels will come through that design process.
So how many people have been privy to seeing any of this, you know, concept?
So the project team, which consists of myself and Phil and I think 4 others.
Okay. And I've got
5 others.
One other question which just relates to the opportunity cost. So we're having a fixed return on this money. I gather, what they might be paying us. But how does that, have we factored in the opportunity costs that other leases are inflation adjusted or in fact adjusted, but we'll be swapping, potentially swapping a lease that we can have some control over for a lease that's fixed? And have we factored that opportunity cost into our thinking?
I'm not sure I quite understand your question, Councillor.
If we were to sell another lease to swap for this land, which we are agreeing, I believe, to lease at a fixed rate for 21 years, but other leases of a similar value we can adjust. So we might start with this price, but over time it would increase.
So one of the key considerations in the 4th of October paper was that we needed to come back and bring you details of the proposed property leases that we would sell. And so I can't talk, we haven't done that process yet. We haven't identified specific properties that we would look to sell. And so I can't talk to you in the abstract of that, but we would certainly look to minimise, if not eliminate, that risk.
Okay.
Councillor Pennant.
You've, and for some time, talked about the benefits. Have you run any numbers on them? Because it does seem a bit amorphous.
No, we haven't gone and explicitly sought an economist to encapsulate what that uplift might look like, and that is where I go back to the example of the cinema and its effect, significant effect, at Queensgate Mall. And so there are a number of other examples around the country, but that is a good one. It relates well to this particular example.
So I take your point about a good example. That can be helpful, but can't we, as a public entity, again, make decisions on a more robust foundation of evidence?
Look, I guess I would draw back on the council has made a decision back on 4th of October, and my response, I guess, I'll leave it at that. Yep.
Councillor Brown.
A couple of questions. The first one is, has anything changed since we were given what was a very, very thorough briefing back in October?
What has changed is we've got more certainty, clarity over the due diligence work that we've been completing, and we've got more certainty and clarity and agreement in the terms that we've negotiated. Yeah.
And second question, when council enters into a contract with somebody on a transaction of this nature, what sort of reputational risk do you think that we run if we decide to renege on our obligations partway through the commitment, given what obviously they have committed on the other side?
I would suspect that it would be very high in terms of reputational risk.
Councillor Randall.
Thank you. You've outlined that this deal comes with risks, and you've kindly outlined in the slides 8 risks that of note. Risk 5 is one I want to explore first, is the rental payment default. So, if they, for whatever reason, decide to stop paying us, so two parts to this. First of all, what is the council's assessment? What can you say about the council's assessment of Reading as a client under which we would sign up a 21-year perpetual lease?
We're starting to get into due diligence matters here in terms of our assessments and the due diligence work that we've got. What I would refer to in terms of the risk here is that we have the ability to terminate immediately for non-payment, and so we're looking to mitigate that risk accordingly.
Okay. And that risk also says that all improvements will be transferred. So does that mean we also take possession of the building should that they fail to make lease payments?
No, but they wouldn't be transferred to us. We wouldn't take on that liability. So we propose, the proposal is that we own the land. That is our security.
It's suggesting the improvements to the land, not to the building.
Yep.
Improvements to the land.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Risk 7 is a concern around setting a precedent. What's the officer's advice around whether this is a deal that has a potential to set a precedent for this council going into this sort of business? Because this is the council's never done this before, has it?
Not that I'm aware of. I'm about to celebrate my 1-year anniversary tomorrow. Look, I would just note there, and I think it goes to Councillor Panett's question, one of the really key things that we need to be working on is, and we are working on, is a policy to drive these kind of decisions in the future. We have taken this deal with the opportunity and the time that we've had available, but we certainly do need to look at developing a policy and obviously engaging with you as elected members on that and possibly taking feedback from the public.
Okay. And last question. Under the Golden Mile project, there is also going to be an investment into Courtenay Place. Can someone say how much is proposed for Courtenay Place for the, in a rough estimate? Is it $1 million, 10 million, 30 million?
Going to give you a very rough estimate in terms of what the Courtenay Place section costs, and I think it's around 26 to 30 million.
Okay. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, just two questions. One, can you re-clarify what the numbers were that were coming into Reading per week or per day? And the second question is, what is the rough timing? Do we have a timeline for this development to be completed that we are heading toward?
So if I can just go to the second question first, because that's easier, and while I'm looking through for the answer for the first. Well, it was, yes.
I'll answer the second question while he's looking for the answer to the first. So in terms of the second question, Reading are certainly looking at getting things up and operational in 2027.
Thank you.
And the answer to the first question is, prior to it closing, it was a receiving visitation of approximately 6,300 people per day.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. Can you just remind me, when was the $32 million valuation date? What approximately was that?
It was...
Hang on, I'm just getting Sean to clarify.
The actual report was completed in March 20 last year, but we got that updated for the October council paper, so it was relevant at that time.
Okay, so the March valuation, did that change much between March and October?
No, it was the same.
Okay, and were any key assumptions based on that valuation about other things happening around the space?
No.
No, so there's didn't matter whether anything else got done in...
It's just a market value based on the asset, that date. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And just in terms of, obviously there's investment from sort of the Courtenay Place transport stuff. Is there any other investment, by council? And I'm just actually thinking across the road, the St James Theatre that we own, which is pretty much empty a lot of the time. Have we thought about how we could invigorate that by putting some more money into that to be open?
Sorry, I'm just going to ask Anna Calver, who's responsible for some of the work in that space.
Thank you.
Yes, when it was redeveloped, it was looked at re-putting a cafe into the ground floor to reactivate that space, but the space on the bottom floor foyer isn't large enough to be used as a cafe and then used effectively for events and the food and beverage that Wellington NZ need to run in order to make that event run commercially. So the kind of, I guess, the benefits of, let's say, a cafe would bring in 300 people a day versus what they need to run their events on a regular basis. I think they ran, let's say, 100 events last year, and they need that space to, to make those events work.
Okay, so it's used about a third of the time?
Oh, it's used 50% of the time, 54%.
Right.
Yeah.
But 100 events. So it's,
it was about 110,000 people attended an event last year. I think it was about 63 events and 115 performances, or roughly, but I've got those numbers somewhere.
Okay, that's fine. So I know this decision came before us in October, and since October, we've had a couple of other presentations about the fragility of our finances. So are you still comfortable, given what since October, we had a presentation in November and December about our finances and and our increasing debt limit? Yeah, so just wondered, are you still comfortable that we are going to be able to afford to do this?
So I think we've had numerous conversations on our financials throughout the course of 2023. And that's something that we're pulling together in our financial strategy for the long-term plan as well. I think the point of this is that we are not looking to we're looking to fund this through the sale of ground leases as well. So the debt, is funded through that. So our debt and our investments, in effect, are retained at the same value. And of course, the cost of servicing that debt will be met by this lease income. And so it has very little impact in the grand scheme of things on our financials because of those decisions that were made in October.
But is that not an opportunity cost, just in terms of we're putting money into this rather than putting money into something else that might be more, that could give an equal economic return?
So my general advice from a prudential financial management perspective is that we shouldn't be looking at selling down our investments that we hold on behalf of Wellingtonians to pay for other services that meeting the cost of current services. So we would hold on to the investments, and this deal strikes that balance by holding on to an investment, albeit we're changing the investment from a current ground lease into another ground lease.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're getting to the second round of some questions. So just ask all your questions to an extent, and we'll try to wrap it up so we can get on to debate. Councillor Young.
Thank you. Just going back to my point about the article in the Post this morning about the council taking space, it is actually in the slides. It says under commercial deals, option at council's discretion for council to lease ground floor space.
Oh, yeah.
So I just want to get that clarified.
Thank you.
I don't want to impugn the Post's reputation.
Absolutely not. But I'm not aware of any discussions that we've had to actually achieve that.
Okay, so the other thing is, I am aware this has been a huge amount of work and don't think that we dismiss it lightly. But are you aware that under a previous chief executive, negotiations were opened with Reading and they couldn't reach agreement because of the differing views of the value of the land?
I certainly wasn't aware.
Yeah, at a superficial level, yes. But
superficial level you're aware, or a superficial level the negotiations took place?
It was
or both?
Rather both. Councillor, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Chung.
Great, thank you very much. I'd like to echo Councillor Randall in thanking you and your team for all the work that you've done. You may recall back on the 4th of October when we had the first briefing, I asked a number of questions, and the response was that we didn't have the information for that, and at that time, but they could be answered when we received due diligence. So I clarified then that if we agreed to proceed, we would get the due diligence and we would have the documentation available to us. Now, since then, I've counted that I've actually asked 12 times since October for the due diligence information. Yes, I am. And so, are you concerned that we don't have that information, or that we don't have access to that information, apart from the information that we were given in the briefing yesterday?
So that the information yesterday was the due diligence information, and we sat down with councillors in a closed room to consider that information. So that information has been available made available to you. We're still working through the due diligence process, so that I don't want to say that we've given you all the information, because there may well be other information that is available, and we're absolutely happy to share that with councillors in the same manner as we did yesterday. The other question was other questions that councillors have raised around whether or not that is made public, and that the answer to that is no, because that's commercially sensitive.
Oh, sorry. Just an extension of that. I read through all the I read through all the documentation that we were given yesterday, and I noted, and I think I spoke to you about that as well, and I said that it stated here in the reports that we read that all the information was not given, and that only part of the information.
We won't be discussing due diligence information in this room, and that's to be kept commercially in confidence. In terms of the information that is written on those documents is not to be discussed.
Okay, but my point is that...
No. What's your question?
Okay, so my question is, are you concerned that we don't have all the information?
At this point in time, we have got through a large majority of our work. We haven't completed our work, so I can't answer you confidently that we've got all the information. But certainly before we give any recommendation as to whether or not to enter into an agreement, we will be confident in that.
Thank you.
Councillor Abdurrahman, did I see your hand up before? No? Might have been Councillor Free.
Yeah. I'm just going back to, I think, to Councillor, thank you, he's very handsome. Councillor Calvert's, some of Councillor Calvert's points about the financial risks. So given that we are on a negative credit watch, and so are many other councils, have we actually factored in enough the being cost neutral to councils all very well, but have we actually factored in enough of the risk that there might be interest rate rises or interest rate rises for us due to a credit downgrade, or that that we have got more of an opportunity cost with this deal, considering what else we've had to give up than we're currently thinking?
So can I just clarify one thing, where we have a AA+ credit rating. That is the highest credit rating of any council in New Zealand. There are a small minority of us that have that AA+ rating. We have been put on negative outlook. So that's about the outlook. That's not about the rating itself. That's about the future. So just wanted to clarify that. The point around this deal is we'd be looking at locking in a rate for our debt for the length of time that we do this deal, because we have the ability to be able to do that through the LGFA. So there is no risk around changes to interest rates in that regard.
Oh, thank you.
Councillor Chung.
Sorry, I did have two questions there, but in the excitement, I forgot about the second one. Can you tell me, and again, my gratitude towards your team for working on this so diligently, but can you tell me if any of our officers have commercial experience in, commercial property? Thank you.
Certainly, we do have some commercial experience in the team. Where we have not got that experience, we have certainly ensured that we have got other advice to mitigate the risks around that.
Councillor Brown.
I just want your view on my impression of this transaction in the whole, which is that it is actually significantly reducing the risk to council.
So Councillor Brown.
Is that correct? Is it fair to us to actually categorise this transaction as reducing council's overall risk, because we're taking funds out of one asset and investing it in another?
I'm not sure I can be quite as categoric as that, Councillor Brown. I think what I would say is, if we're just transferring one ground lease for another, the risk stays the same in terms of the risk profile that we have in our investment portfolio.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Epanovic.
Just following on from Councillor Brown.
Question.
This is a question. Yes, it will be. You know me, I ask questions. what is the percentage of our ground lease space that would be for this deal?
Embarrassingly, as the CFO of the council, I can't do math in my head. Councillor Pannett assures me it's 14%. Our portfolio is around 260 million, and the Reading, yeah, excellent. And the Reading lease is 32, so 32 divided by 2.
Councillor Randall.
Just want to look at the risk comments from Councillor Brown, which I think is interesting. So first question is the council looking at this as a commercial deal, or really, because we've looked at returns and this sort of things. We've heard from Sir John. We've heard about the commercial rates being maybe minimal 7%. This is not that level. So is the council looking at this as a commercial deal, or really as a different type of deal?
As I'll just reinforce my comments that I made in my opening comments, the purpose of this is to ensure that we look at opportunities to regenerate Courtenay Central, or Reading Courtenay, and also to ensure that it's at no cost to the ratepayer. That has been our preliminary kind of purpose. In saying that, you need to bring elements of commercialism to the deal, but those two have been our guiding principles in this.
Okay, and do you think
Can I add to that point? Sorry, Andrew. Mark Denichik said minimum 7%. We actually got a valuation of the ground rent, commercial market valuation, because that's where we were going with the negotiations at the beginning, and it's significantly less than 7%. It's actually 5.75% that we got in terms of a market ground rent, and currently LGFA rates would probably be in that ballpark, if not slightly above that, depending on swaps. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. So in terms of this lease has a couple of conditions that aren't normal. I'm thinking notably that we're not permitted to sell the land for the first 10 years of the lease, whereas that's not a normal thing to say. Does that increase or reduce our risk of this lease compared to our other leases?
I would argue that we are less exposed, or there is less risk with this, because we have the option to sell within or by the 10-year mark, whereas our ground lease portfolio on a 21-year renewable lease, we can't do that.
We can't sell our leases.
We can't. So if you pick one of the ground lease properties that we have,
so how are we selling ground leases if we can't sell them?
It's a willing buyer, willing seller. So arrangement. So with this one, we can sell the land after the 10-year mark without Reading's permission, as it were. It's permission granted, obviously, because it's through the agreement. So we're less exposed through this agreement than we would through a normal ground lease portfolio on a 21-year renewable perpetual lease.
That's after 10 years?
Correct.
Okay, but during the 10 years, they can buy the land for the nominal value that we... Okay.
Correct.
Councillor Brown?
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify the risk issue. So with a normal lease, with the other leases that we own, if the value of the land declines, the value of our investment and the returns that we get from it will also decline. Whereas in this particular case, there is actually a ratchet type model. So the revenue and the value can't decline because we always get at least what we've put in.
That's correct.
Right, yeah, thank you.
I'm not seeing any more questions. Therefore, I'm actually going to propose a lunch break. Yeah? Yes. Okay. Did you have a question? Yeah. Yes. Yep. 40 minutes. See, I need a lunch break. 40-minute lunch break from now. See you back then. Sorry, Councillor Pannett, is there anything, are you going to proceed with the motion as is? Cool.
Yes, but of course I do need any support for any amendments, majority support, so that I'm just intending to move it as in the paper.
Great, thank you. See you back in 40 minutes. So, before I hand over to Councillor Pennant, who will be moving the notice of motion, a couple of points. By request, I have granted her 5 minutes to speak, and if other councillors would like to opt to, I've granted them 4 minutes, and then I will be strongly cutting people off. Given people can only speak once, it's all good. Councillor Brown, do you have a question? Oh, no, great. No, say no more. Councillor Pennant, do you have a seconder? It's young. Over to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So look, I have brought this notice of motion very carefully because we made a democratic decision. However, I feel it was a very bad decision, and this is why it needs to come back to this table. Public trust has been eroded as detail has come into the public realm, not from me. We have a building owner, a property developer who has failed to look after their building and now coming to council saying they cannot afford to do the work that they must do by law. We have a wealth transfer to some already very wealthy people, many of them are offshore, and we may well lose many millions of dollars on this deal. From my perspective, we must focus on the climate and core infrastructure, not supporting major property developers. I would like to thank colleagues for the work on this, and I'd like to thank the media, particularly the media today, as they're under attack, that they have done their job by looking critically at this deal. I do not feel there has been any misinformation. The information has come out from different parts of the council and different sides, and that's been helpful. I do believe this is corporate welfare. Generally, property developers should go to the bank. We are essentially being asked to sell the family silver to deal with their failure. Cinemas come and go. There is nothing sacred about this particular outfit. And they are getting a much better deal, from my perspective, than the city is. Multinationals, from my perspective, are not reliable business partners always. The benefits are amorphous, and we have, as we heard today, there are no numbers to actually substantiate the benefits which are supposed to come to the city. We have been told that it is a nationally significant entertainment destination, essentially a mediocre building with a car park, with possibly a Macca's. And without much brain power, I came up with a new acronym today. Councillor Young, you'll like this. Instead of the roads of national significance, we're going to have the car parks of national significance. This is what we are saying. This car park is critical to the future development of the city. So we cannot afford this deal. We only have a bit over $500 million worth of assets. This money needs to be put into outcomes with great returns. We have to invest in core infrastructure, not help these people who can't or won't do the core job which they need to do. The destruction of our environment and climate change are my priorities, not helping the wealthy get even wealthier, and there is a bit of a common theme coming through here. Other owners of earthquake-prone buildings need help far more than that, and I'd like to acknowledge one of the representatives here. People are literally facing losing their homes, and yet we are coming to help some people who do not need the help. I do not believe this vision is aspirational. Macca's, the whole site is not even being developed, and yet we are saying that this is going to be this great gift to Wellington. There are very many risks. They haven't been able to find a development partner. And they, apart from not doing their job looking after their building, they knew they were moving in an earthquake-prone city. They work in LA, work in California, so they're familiar with that kind of environment. I have serious concerns about the policy process, of which there was none. Now there might be one being done, but this is just not acceptable from a public authority. High standards are rightly expected of us, and there should have been a much better
process. I finish by saying how disillusioned I am. Along with many other people, I've fought for the left causes, against the transnationals, for the environment, for equity, and yet we have a council that is sometimes giving priority to the most wealthy. And we must not do this. We are basically putting in place the status quo for many years to come. So I urge you to reject this deal and to support my notice of motion today. Unfortunately, due to the advice I got, I can't move anything else. It was just we had to revoke them. There will be a separate process. I'm not saying that this is where it ends, but we need to go back to the drawing board and find some great development partners who will do this important part of the city justice. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Young, would you like to speak now? Yes, you may. We now move on to Councillor Brown.
Only 4 minutes. I actually think this notice of motion is quite despicable on the part of the people who've put it up, because the council back in October agreed to a transaction. We agreed to confidentiality, which I think we all regret, but the merits of the transaction were very clear to us at that time, and we were given a great deal of information as councillors. Almost nothing has changed in respect of the shape of the deal, but a group of councillors who effectively don't really care about the reputation of the council have decided that we're going to put this back on the table and potentially upset it, which obviously would have significant ramifications for our corporate reputation as a reliable partner. And I think that is a very, very unfortunate potential outcome, given that there are no new facts at all. What we have heard today, which actually was particularly heartening, was we had a number of people who were interested in property in Courtenay Place. We had a number of people who were interested in the well-being of the region, the representative of the students, all of whom endorsed the transaction because they feel that Courtenay Place is in a dire shape. I think we all agree. I think Siobhan has said that we're spending over $20 million on the improvement of the area. Of course, we're doing that segment of the Golden Mile project as well, which I think is about $60 million. So we're spending a great deal of money improving Courtenay Place, which most people in Wellington think is a very good idea, and yet the carbuncle on the nose of the Courtenay Place is the Reading. And this is an extremely low-risk, cost-efficient way for us to actually facilitate the improvement and the redevelopment of this facility so that it once again is actually as a hub, apparently attracting up 6,000 people a day. So I think we actually had a deal which has significant merits. It is completely consistent with our overall strategy for Courtenay Place. It is extremely complementary with the other work we're doing. And I think that anybody who changes sides today and votes against the transaction really needs to think about the reputation of council, because I would say that you will have thrown it straight under the bus. And I'm very disappointed that the people who are basically bad losers. I mean, I know that most of you who are against it today were against it back then. That factor is fine. That is fine. It's fine. But I think one thing I've learned on council is that it's a very bad move to be a bad loser. Most of the votes that I've participated in, I felt I've actually lost on council, but I've accepted the position with good grace because that's just been the way it is. And what I've really tried to do is actually look at the reputation of council in so many different areas. And I think the reputation is extremely important. And I feel that the notice of motion took no regard whatsoever of the reputation of council. So I feel that we've been very well informed about this transaction. I feel it's an extremely low risk and efficient way for us to do something good for the city. And that's exactly how I felt back then. I actually feel more strongly about it now than I did then. And I'm quite disappointed that some councillors have no regard for the reputation of council and have put forward this notice of motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Randall.
Thank you, Mayor. So first of all, I'd like to table councillors' Q&A questions, if that's with the leave of the meeting. These are public for the public arena, and I would like the public to know some more details in terms of our questioning of this deal. Yeah. I rise to support this motion. This is a council who's in the middle of a really serious, stressful situation. We're in the middle of the most difficult long-term plan that we have ever faced. Councillor Brown says that we have the same facts as we did back before. That's simply not true. We have the facts now about Three Waters, and we've made a commitment as a council to prioritise Three Waters, and yet here we are today having a chance to get out of a special case deal. We are over our debt limit, over it, on our own rule. And proceeding with this special case is simply irresponsible. I'm glad this is in the public arena, and I thank you for letting it be in the public arena, because I think it's important that everybody sees the debate and who and what type of issues the councillors where they fall. It's really important that you do that. I also want to note, in terms of the public view, last night I was at the Johnsonville Club at a quiz, and I had the quizmaster put the question, who's in favour of the Reading deal? In a packed club. Who knew about the deal? There were quiz people. Not a single person stood up and said, I'm for the deal. Not a single person. I was shaking hands with people saying, go for it. Try and stop this craziness. Because this is it's not like Courtenay Place isn't going to get a lot of TLC in the near future. We're going to get $20 to $30 million with investment. That's locked and loaded. We can argue about the design, but we're coming to help Courtenay with tens of millions of dollars. And that's been prioritised. Because this is really a land swap deal with fish hooks. A couple of big fish hooks are the risk. We have seen, in terms of some of the due diligence information, the risks that we face. Unfortunately, we can't talk about them there, and I accept that. But know that the risks of this deal that officers informed us are real. Some of the risks that are outlined on those slides, they could really occur. There is a chance, the information says there is a real chance that they will occur. And in 10 years' time, I don't want to be one of those councillors who people come up to me and say, why did you vote for that deal? But the other thing is, this is a deal that's too good to be true for a multinational land developer. What the hell are we doing? Selling land, promising to sell back land with no appreciation. Reading bought this land in 1999 for $3 million, and now it's worth 32. That's a 16% return. The land has gone up tenfold in 25 years. If it doubles again, the ratepayers will miss out on $32 million of land appreciation, because we will have sold $32 million worth of land that will go up and we can keep their value. So it's untrue that it says at no cost to ratepayers. The Reading deal is a bad deal. It's irresponsible. And I really want you to vote for this motion. I want you to take Sir Mark's advice when they say this is a bad deal and run away from it. Thank you.
Councillor Epanovic.
Thank you, Mayor Whanau. This is a little deal. This is a really little deal, which we've made into an incredibly big deal by discussing this in public, which I held off debating about for a long time. Unfortunately, when you do that sort of thing, issues come out which are completely irrelevant, and the structure of this deal is one where we're just buying a piece of land, literally. We are the ones who can activate this position. Now, if you look at Reading, it's not a big, monstrous company. The share price is $1.84. You can easily go and buy some shares. If you want to have a look, their website's there.
Want another bad deal?
No, it's fine. You know, they had issues through COVID like everyone else. This is an earthquake-prone building. We are trying to invigorate the city by not stepping in front of someone and obstructing them. We're actually trying here to actually help them. This is what we're doing. This may be a little deal, but I tell you what, if we don't do this deal, the big deals that are coming down the road will not happen, which is completely against what I'm looking for. Because in my goals, it's to reinvigorate Wellington City. And if we can't do this deal, we can't do anything else. We can't do it on our own, but we can actually be a real enabler for the city. The deal is actually structured to reduce risk, which is the whole idea around legal contracts. And as Tim knows, we've structured it with the 6 million and then the remaining amount. There are timeframes within here. If they don't meet the timeframes, then the deal doesn't happen. So literally, we are only at the beginning of the step here. We haven't even got to the start line yet, and we're just walking away from the race, which is not what we should do. The other leases that we sell will not get us the same level of return, literally. So it's a nil effect on us. And the other thing I like to say is we are actually a cinema city. We have Peter Jackson here. He makes movies. We can't show them in our own town. How ridiculous is that? We've got 2 other little cinemas. We need to enable this deal to ensure that it works. It's not a hard deal. I'll say it again. It's a small deal, but we've made it into a big deal.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, kia ora, and I won't be supporting this motion. Just as my experience as a councillor after the pipes, I think bringing the vibe and the buzz back to the city is the biggest thing I am asked for. And that is the purpose of this, is to bring, re-energise Courtenay Place. And also during many of our consultations, down in the Courtenay Place area, the biggest messages I got from many and most of the business, or all of the businesses I spoke to, was that they wanted something to happen to Reading. I do want to thank all the speakers for coming in this morning. You made some really great cases, perceived safety, bringing the entertainment hub, including 6,000 diverse people that include families, rangatahi, tamariki, at all hours of the day. As a past retailer, that's what this area needs, to be open more hours so that more people can come and go. And the big one for me was certainty, that having a certain direction on Reading would bring investment and the reason for property owners to invest and for investors to invest. And once again, for our city vibrancy, that is what we definitely need. Let alone the local businesses, again, who came in today to say that this is what they need for their area, for their businesses to thrive. But what is worrying me, has already been outlined today, but I think Councillor Brown, yes, if we cannot show ourselves to be a good partner, the reality is we don't have the ability to borrow a lot more money and have our ratepayers pay for big projects. We need to show that we can be a good partner and innovate creatively on how we get things done for Wellington. And if we don't do that today, we are not showing that. And if we don't show that we can innovate on our deals, the creative capacity of this council is also shot. And once again, that's a big thing that we need to go forward. And the other one is certainty and actually timing, because timing equals certainty and certainty equals investment. That has what we have heard this morning. So if we accept this motion, we will put that certainty into Never Never Land and keep Wellington, take Wellington into a backwater state, which I hate to say it, I think our government would like us to stay there, and we as a City Council together today cannot let that happen. Kia ora.
Councillor Chung.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to give you a bit of a background on where I come from. I bought my first house when I was in my teens, and I haven't stopped buying since. Been buying and selling. So I shifted from buying houses to buying commercial property. Now the only property I have is in commercial and industrial. So I have a very, very good understanding of it. I know how to achieve the most from my purchases. I know about ground leases. I have extensive experience. I have extensive experience on due diligence. one of the things that worries me about this is that I mentioned back on the 4th of October, when we were discussing this, I asked a lot of questions, and so they said that we don't have the answer to those questions yet, but once we go into due diligence, we will get those and you'll get it. So as I mentioned earlier, I've asked 12 times since October, when can I see those documents? And I've had all sorts of different answers come back, say that, oh, it's complicated. The last time I asked was yesterday, and so why are they not giving this to us? You know, because I look at their due diligence reports and I find things in them. The biggest problem with property is what you don't know. We don't know so many things. I went to that meeting yesterday. I won't disclose anything about what was in them, but I wasn't happy with what I saw. There were too many things missing, too many things that we don't know about. Now, we listened to the reasons why we're actually going to this deal. So I always think, what are the advantages and what are the disadvantages? The reason why we're going into it is the opportunity to rejuvenate Courtenay Place. Now, we've heard earlier that we're putting $26 million, and it'll probably be more than that by the time we get the money in and do these jobs. So that's the first thing. But it's been said that we need this project to rejuvenate Courtenay Place. So what's the $26 million going to be used for? It's going to be put into Courtenay Place. That's exactly the intention of that as well. So that's what we're going to be using it for. So who's to say that that $26 million won't actually do exactly what we're claiming that the Reading deal will do? The second objective that that's been mentioned this morning is it's going to be fiscally neutral. Now, fiscally neutral is an accounting term. It's something to say that we'll balance up those numbers, but I would like to contend that it's not actually true. There's absolutely no truth in that. This won't be fiscally neutral. Every property that I've bought, I've made money on capital gain from it. So capital gain works all the time. Some people, you heard this morning that we don't know whether the property is going to go up or down in the next 10 years, but I'll tell you, property always goes up. You know, at one stage it may go down for a short time, but it'll go up eventually. So over the next 10 years, what's it going to go up to? We've had figures back. Reading bought this property in 1999 for $3.3 million, and so 2024 now it's worth $32 million. Well, that's what we're paying for it. So what's it going to do in the next 10 years? I'll bet you my bottom dollar and my house and car that it'll shoot up, that it will go up. But what are we going to get from that? We're not going to get 1 single cent from that increase. No, nothing. This is the worst commercial deal I've ever seen. And I've looked at a lot of commercial deals that the council has done, and I've never seen one that works. You know, we're not good at these things. I asked a question before about what experience do our officers, and I'm not denigrating officers. I think they've done a great job. I think they've done the best to their ability. But what experience do each of these people have about the experience and personal experience they have?
Final point, Councillor.
Risk their own money. So what I would like to say in my last 5 seconds is that vote for this amendment. It is a very, very bad deal. We say that it's going to be rejuvenating it, but I feel that it's actually for some people's egos in this council. Thank you.
Councillor Young.
Madam Mayor, I'm speaking as the seconder of this motion and also
Thanks, sir.
Sorry. Opposition to this deal has united Wellingtonians and indeed councillors, as evidenced by this notice of motion proposed by 2 Lambton councillors, Councillor Iona Pannett and me, with decidedly different political views, a truly holy alliance. But this notice of motion is not about politics. It's about what's good for Wellington. Councillor Pannett and I may disagree on many things, and we certainly do, but we are both united in our commitment to the city in which we were both born and raised. Everybody agrees that something has to be done about the Reading Cinema, that it has to be reactivated. My concern is about municipal corporate welfare. But the whole thing has been a sorry saga, and to date, a chance to rectify that today, and a PR disaster for the council. Reading is a multinational, NASDAQ-listed corporation with the ability to finance and build facilities in the USA, Australia, and, you'd think, New Zealand. As a publicly listed company on the NASDAQ, it could approach its shareholders or have a rights issues approach a bank or have a rights issues to fund the redevelopment of the Wellington Cinema. Instead, it approached the City Council some years ago, as I mentioned earlier this morning, plus other Wellington developers, but agreement on price could not be reached, presumably over the value of the land. Our Mayor is understandably keen to reactivate Wellington's prime entertainment zone, but at what cost to ratepayers? Should Council be the funder of last resort? Some of you will remember the Call Active collapse in 2015. Council loaned the Australian company money, $300,000, a pittance by these standards, I agree, and then the company went into liquidation. Most of the money was never repaid. At the time, Council was told to stick to its knitting, and a complex commercial deal with a multinational company is most definitely not municipal business. How can the Council propose small cuts that hurt the fabric, I can't read my writing, fabric of our communities on one hand and spend $32 million bailing out a multinational on the other? And now a knight in shining armour has galloped over the hill with his offer to negotiate with Reading, with all proceeds going to charities for mentally ill and physically disabled people, an estimated income of $2.2 million a year to people in Wellington who most need help. How can we not try and help him make this deal work? It's a terrible look for the Council to be doing this deal, and frankly, it's a terrible look for anyone who votes for it. The eyes of Wellington are on us today, and I am very happy and proud to be seconding this notice of motion.
Councillor Abdurrahman.
Kia ora whanau, such an odd position to be in. Look, I know what the mayor trying to do, but I can't support this deal, at least for 3 reasons. I'm in support of the central city revitalization in Corny Place, but the deal is not going to do that. I know councillors who support this deal do have goodwill of Wellingtonians, but I'm not convinced that this deal is about city revitalization. I think it is about subsidization of the multinationals. To Councillor Brown's point, who supported strategic asset sale, who voted against an increase for Wellington Water, who supported putting parking meter in suburbs. I think this is consistent with what you're doing. For the rest of us, the deal is presented as it is good, as a social good for the community. I'm not convinced how good it can be by giving 30+ millions when we are trying to generate income by putting parking meters in Brooklyn, Newtown, Island, Bakel, Burnie, and the rest, just to get few millions. I'm not convinced how supporting foreign companies, when we are selling our strategic assets to invest it outside of Wellington, gonna support small businesses in suburbs. I'm not supporting this the way it's framed. We are people, we easily forget. About 2 weeks ago, we were talking about closing swimming pools because we don't have money. Talking about library closure because we don't have money to save $60,000, $100,000. Now we are giving this money. And I'm really puzzled. And I'm not sure if I am in the wrong or my colleagues. I think I'll keep reflecting. But I support the mayor's idea. However, I'm supporting this motion. We shouldn't be going ahead with this. Thank you. As Sir Mark said, I'm going to run. We are Ethiopians, good runners.
Councillor McNulty.
Look, being, I think, the only actual swing vote around the table on this, I've had some quite literally sleepless nights, one last night, and I think anyone here who's come to a conclusion on the validity or lack of validity on this deal quickly has not done so with independent thought. There are real risks. there are real benefits. Some of the benefits, the public integration of access from Te Papa through to Courtenay Place, regeneration of a area, but particularly phase one. The phase one is a well-negotiated deal. We pay $6 million, we have a fully refundable deposit backed by a bank guarantee, and in that 2 years, Reading apply for consents, finalise their design, and there are several exit points for council. My strong preference would be a further governance decision at the end of phase one. Now, I understand our officer position is that we can't do this to give Reading the commercial certainty. So I'm going to speak directly to Reading. This is a deal with a political body, and there is another election that will occur between phase one and phase two. Another notice of revocation is not out of the realm for the next council. There's 3 cons that have given me real pause on this deal. The capacity of Reading to deliver. They've had the guts kicked out of them through the pandemic, and Sir Mark is completely correct that the deal pretty much stacks up on 1 or 2 basis points of interest rate discount that we can offer. We should own that. There is a precedent here. We may suppress other developments or encourage other property owners to run their properties into the ground to seek council funding. And crucially, the economics of development feel very marginal to me. Courtenay Place rents are down, and Reading will need to service higher insurance rates, utilities, and debt costs. So frankly, I could and I have gone either way on this deal over the last few days. But what is swaying me is my favourite topic, Johnsonville. So the other night, like Councillor Randall, I actually stood in the Johnsonville Club, and I had a beer in one hand, daughter in the front, and I looked out over the centre of Johnsonville, and Einstein's quote about insanity came to mind. Doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. There's been an absolute failure of the private market in Reading, as there has in Johnsonville, to deliver urban development. Complete failure. We have limited tools as council. We have the Health Act, we have the Public Works Act, and we have rates. And they simply cannot compel private development in the way that we would like to see it. So the stick is very short, weak and knobbly, and we're left with a very generous-sized carrot. So I'm taking a gigantic punt on doing something different to support this deal into phase one. But I'll return to the point that I made about an election between now and the 2 years before we move into our officers saying yes to that remaining 26 million. If I am here at the next council, I will expect to see the full due diligence, detailed plans, and to see if this stacks up as fiscally feasible. That's what I will expect before that 26 million goes out. And if it doesn't, I will bring the notice of revocation myself. Kia ora.
Councillor O'Neill.
Since October, only a handful of councillors have been able to talk about this deal publicly. We've had no right of reply. There's been no rebuttal from Readings or this organisation or this governing body. And I find it is the same people who complain about wanting to save the soul of Courtenay Place who are also not supporting the revitalisation of a very significant piece of it. We've heard from several businesses today within the Courtenay Place precinct that they want and need this deal. We've heard from Te Heiranga Waka University Students Association saying that they want us to take this deal. And in my own personal experience, working on Courtenay Place between the hours of 10 till 4 a.m. on Saturdays and Friday nights with Take 10 pre-COVID, we significantly saw a massive increase in the amount of rangatahi young people on our streets, lingering on our streets with the closure of Reading cinemas and our Central City Library. We see this trend every day. We live it, we see it, and we've got young people out there who are asking us as a council to show some leadership and bring back some of those common community spaces. 32 million. And if you think that's not a good deal for council to be spending on a particular building, just look across the road at St James Theatre. Council spent $42 million St James has the capacity for 1,500 at a maximum and is closed most of the days of the week, versus Reading Cinemas was something that could be publicly accessible into the evening and could take about 6,000 people per Saturday when it was once open. Lastly, I'd just like to question the relevance of a few of the points here today. There are no car parks on the table for this deal, and I find it ironic that my comrade, Councillor Pinnock, has talked about how buildings come and go, and this is council supporting private landlords, yet she herself is very passionate to see council put up private landlords who have heritage-listed housings for their own private benefit. Finally, I urge my colleagues not to support this revocation motion here on the table. I think it's been pretty well demonstrated the particular advantages that we can have in a city if we just show a little bit of leadership. And I firmly see that we will not be able to achieve the goals of central city revitalisation, a city safe of sexual harm and crime, if we do not pursue things like this Reading Cinemas deal. Kia ora.
Councillor Free.
Well, thank you, everybody. I can remember when I first came onto council, a submitter saying to us, council shouldn't be in the business of picking winners. And it feels to me that we haven't actually got that much spare debt capacity. One thing that has changed, Councillor $450 million, which needs to go into our city housing. There are other things in the LTP that make it very clear how dire our financial position actually is. And we need to focus on the things, this has always been my contention, council must prioritise the things that only council can do for the city. And those include things like our water infrastructure, our streets, our community facilities, to a certain extent revitalising the city. But that's the worry for me too. We've talked a lot about the outcomes that we want to achieve with this investment, but there's been nothing that really clarifies how those outcomes are going to be achieved and even what the project might look like as a result of our investment. So I'm finding that for me this is terribly loose. Even with Shelley Bay, which turned out to be a rather doomed partnership, we actually did have some plans and some drawings, and we had a much clearer idea of what we were going into partnership. As an elected body, we had a much clearer idea of what the partnership might look like, and even then there were fishhooks and things that we didn't know. And it was something that we tried to make happen, but ultimately was doomed because it wasn't going to happen by itself. And I think there's a really salutary warning in that, and Mr. Denaichik referred to it. He said, if the development's so finely tuned, it's potentially doomed. And if it were a good thing to do, Reading would actually be doing it. If it was going to stand on its own 2 feet and wash its face, Reading would be doing it. So why are we trying to make something happen that isn't actually maybe the right thing to happen? I find the lack of a policy framework around this strategy quite alarming. There are many, many deserving building owners and businesses that could ask for the same thing. Why have we chosen this one? Our business is to make sure that Courtenay Place is an attractive area and precinct, and then see what the private development wants to do with that. Our business is to make sure there's good transport links, that the city's safe, that there's a vibrant, that we're funding community groups to do things. Our business isn't to go around picking winners and investing and giving away our precious debt headroom when we don't yet know what we're going to need it for. Thank you.
I will just share a few points. As someone who lives in the neighbourhood and has more constituents than anyone here, and has received a lot of feedback, yes, water is really important, but also the fear of our city dying is also important. I hear many complaints about what are you going to do about Courtenay Place? By not going ahead with this deal, it kills it further. As someone who lives there, who walks down it several times a day, it gets worse and worse each week. And it's not an either-or thing. We are investing in water, $1.8 billion in fact, and I reject that narrative that people think we're not going to invest in water just because we invest in that deal. City revitalisation is incredibly important, and that does include other things. This isn't just about Reading. Reading forms a wider piece of the puzzle of the Golden Mile redesign, the opening of our library, Reading, and of course, as we heard from our businesses today, there are other people who are interested in investing in Courtenay Place, but they don't want to because we can't make a decision. And that is the reputation that we have. And if we don't move this forward, we look like we're not about progress. And that, I'm sorry, that was not what I was elected to do. So we either move forward and become a future-focused new city, or our city dies. I really want to thank the staff for their expertise and their excellent negotiation skills for this. I have delegated my trust to them as a city leader, as a governor, and I trust that they've done best by us. So thank you for that. And I know, Andrea, she manages risk. She is excellent at what she does. And if she is supportive of this deal, well, I definitely am. The reason this has been a PR disaster is because someone leaked the details without comprehensive details. And then other narratives have developed as a result of that. That is unacceptable. From what I've seen since we released more details last night, the narrative's actually been pretty good. I believe even Mike Hosking thinks this is a good deal. So, look, we went through a democratic process to vote this deal through. Just accept it. We have to move on. We have to rebuild. Yes, we have to redo our pipes. Yes, we have to build more homes. And yes, we need to revitalise the city. We can do that. We can have our cake and eat it. So please support a forward-thinking city and a forward-thinking council and vote against this notice of motion. Thank you. Councillor Wineta.
In Wellington, a cinema's plight, once bustling, now silent at night. City Council did loan to revive it, full grown, now it's back, shining bright in the lights. That was a poem I got from a time traveller from 2027 who popped by my living room this morning as I was having my breakfast and having a shave to talk about how fantastic the reopening of the Reading Complex in Courtney Place had been for the City of Wellington. Now, look, we've had a lot of really good whakaaro shared at this table today. I could talk about some of the relative merits of the deal. I could talk about the worst case scenario that, oh Lord, we're going to get some land. I could talk about the hubris, as wisely counselled by Councillor Rogers this morning, that we somehow feel that we are above and more skilled than our expert negotiating teams that have been slaving away at this deal for a very long time to secure a good deal for ratepayers. I could even tell you to watch the actions of those who tell you they support city revitalisation, even as their words tell you that they will vote against the Golden Mile and they will vote against Reading Cinemas, the two most crucial city revitalisation projects we are currently considering. Instead of all that, though, I'd just like to briefly talk about my own experience as a young fella growing up in the Wellington region. Yeah, way back when I was a young fellow. And I did go to Reading. I loved Reading. I used to spend hours at the Warhammer store. For those who don't know, Warhammer is a small figure painting hobby. Yeah. And I used to spend hours talking to the store owner, Nathan, who had a very gravelly voice and was very kind to all the young people that would come in search of painting their first model. And I think there has been a tragic loss of youth in our central city in a lot of ways. There is nowhere for rangatahi to go on that Courtney strip. You know, bars and clubs, they're great if you're a pretentious 24-year-old who likes to drink a bit of port in the evenings, but they are not great if you're a 15-year-old, a 16-year-old looking for that first little fledgling flight out of the nest to get away from mum and dad, to go see a movie with your high school girlfriend, you know, just to take that first little step of independence. That doesn't exist in Courtney anymore. And I think there has been no single factor which has led more to the downturn of Courtney Place for rangatahi than the closure of Reading. So let's be outcomes focused. I'll leave it to the Councillor Browns and Councillor Opanoviches of the world to really fight for those merits of this deal, of which I believe there are many from my layman's understanding. But for me, this is an outcomes question, and my outcome is city revitalisation. Tēnā koutou.
Kia ora. Right of reply. Oh, sorry, Councillor Calvert.
I wasn't sure whether I should speak because I think a lot of people have made very good points, but I think there's a couple of points that have been made about the fabric of our communities, and it does dishearten me to think that we've tried to make cuts to our library hours, to our pool hours. We're going to sell Wadestown Community Centre and put that $1 million into the consolidated fund that will probably help fund Reading. We're going to take the $8 million put aside for Kandala Pool and use that for this. So I don't see there being any real winners in this. As we've heard, we don't have a policy around this type of development. It's very piecemeal. We have got sites on Courtney Place in their area, Molly Malone's, the Amora Hotel. Why aren't we talking to those developers who actually live here and work? We don't have a cohesive plan. We can't walk down Manor Street. It's not safe. And what do? We remove toilets and we don't even put new ones in its place. We can't get the basics right in the right order. So this is not a silver bullet for Courtney Place, not until we actually have a cohesive master plan. And it may not be in that master plan. We may not actually have what would Reading actually look like. So I just think it's taken too long. If it was a good deal, it should have been done and dusted by now. And when we first started hearing about it in September, that was before we actually really understood about our financial situation. We'd had an inkling about it, but it is fragile, the state of our books. There's a lot of stuff. If anybody's read the long-term plan budget, there's a lot of money in there, and I don't believe as a city we can afford it. And I'm talking about the residents of Wellington, because when you take an oath to be on council, you're representing the whole city, not just a certain group of constituents. And I know, talking to a lot of people out there, they're really worried about being able to afford to live in Wellington, about their rates that they have to pay, whether they're renters or whether they own their properties. And that really concerns me. And what really even more concerns me is this council is not doing what it needs to do to cut its cloth accordingly. And it just wants to keep spending on other nice, new, shiny things. And we've got Reading about to think but we don't even know what that new shiny thing is going to look like. Now, this deal is not whether it might be a good or not deal, but the issue here is we have not got to act together. We do not have a cohesive plan for the city, and we're cherry-picking winners. And this is not going to drive the city to the outcomes where we want to see our city. And as I said, it was a good deal. It would have been done and dusted well by now. So I will be supporting this notice of motion.
Any other councillors before right of reply? I think we're good. Cool. Councillor Pennant.
Thank you for the constructive debate. Councillor Brown, I'll just give you a bit of advice. You need to try harder with the insults. A despicable nom is not going to offend me. What offends me is that we are losing money on this deal. We have done nothing but consider the impact of our reputation on our city. I am, to be honest, slightly embarrassed by this, by what we have now released into the public, which shows the costs of this deal. I'd like to thank Councillors Randall and Chung for pointing out the enormous amount of value that has accumulated in land over the last 25 years, saying it's a bad commercial deal. Yes, it is, because they're going to get it for $32 million if they buy it within 10 years. So we are losing money, and that for me is unacceptable. Councillor Apanovich, I really do appreciate you thinking about how we can do things differently, but I do get worried when you talk about bigger deals. I'm not sure how you think we're going to pay for them. We've only got the $260 million of ground leases, and it needs to be transparent. And if I have achieved one thing through this process, is that we're not doing this again. Okay? This is a public body. You're not a private business. When you come to this table, you have to do things in a very transparent way. To those who want to bring back the vibe, well, Councillor Kaunihera, I have young people in my life, lots of young people in my life. We use Courtney Place, people younger, even younger than you. And the city, for us, is the playground. It's a wonderful city. And even if it is a bit rough, well, you know what? That's real life. Otherwise we'd go and live in Cheshire Park if we wanted it all perfect. We're not that kind of people. We are not that kind of people in my community. And there are numerous young people that live here and use this space. Bringing back the vibe, Yeah, so Councillor Free's made an excellent point. We will do the public space stuff, and maybe we'll even get a bus stop out of this whole debate. That's the one thing we'll want. But it is the private sector's job to do the rest. And that is what needs to be thought about. I get worried, Deputy Mayor, when you talk about bringing back the vibe. Where is climate change? Where is protecting our environment in this debate? It just keeps getting missed out. And the discussion around perceived safety is something that concerns me. I don't want to undermine the opinions of anyone who feels unsafe, but it is a perception. I have walked these streets my whole life, and it has been absolutely safe. Thank you to those who have made the point that, well, if it was such a great deal, it would have been done before. Exactly. They would have found a partner. That would have been absolutely no problem. Councillor Abdurrahman, thank you for being the fellow left-winger that has stood with me on this particular issue. I agree with everything that you have said. Councillor McNulty, I have never... It's like a predecessor.
Final points, please, Councillor.
A bob each way. I won't vote for it today, but I might vote for it in the future. And I think that is very tricky. And the final point, our city is not dying, and please don't talk our city down. The car parks were absolutely relevant. All we're getting is a strengthened building and a car park, and that is what we have to reject. I please ask you to support this notice of motion.
Okay, we're now going to move to a vote. So if you support Councillor Pannett's motion, you vote yes. And if you don't, you vote red. So that notice of motion has failed. By 2. Thank you. We now move to 2.2, Charles Plummer Bequest Forward Programme. Please welcome Sherilyn Hinton to introduce the report.
Kia ora koutou. So we're pleased to present this paper on the Charles Plummer bequest. These funds are held in trust for the benefit of the people of Wellington. They generate approximately $500,000 per annum of funds that are used or intended to be used for beautifying the bays, beaches and reserves around Wellington by planting trees, shrubs and other beautification works. A wonderful gift from the Plummer family. The forward program for the money that we get from the trust is reviewed every 3 years. We try to align that with the LTP, hence the paper, and the decisions within the paper are aligned with our open space and rec strategy to whai oranga Pōneke. Take the paper as read. Any other comments you want to make, Sherilyn?
Thanks, James. I would just add that the Plummer Bequest Fund has helped fund a number of major park upgrade projects across the city over the last almost 20 years, and they've made a significant difference to our parks network. The most recently funded project was Pōkehua Park in Newlands, and yeah, we've gone through quite a detailed assessment process in terms of looking at potential projects that meet the criteria of the fund, as well as other key decision-making principles. And yeah, the forward program that we're recommending is basically to retain the 2 key priority projects that were approved in the 2021 LTP. So that's Kilburnie Park and Te Motu Kairangi, and increasing the funding allocation of those 2 projects by $500,000 each, and then adding 2 new projects to the forward program within the first 3 years, and that is the Bird Memorial Slope on Mount Victoria and Ian Galloway Park at the edge of Karori, Wilton. Thank you.
We do have a couple of questions. Councillor O'Neill.
Kia ora, thank you. During public participation, we had Neil Plummer come to talk to us, and he raised a point around wanting to rename the funding in 2031 from Te Motu Kairangi Park, because that could be generalised to the whole peninsula, just being more specific about a particular park. Could you just say why it's named that? Or
Thank you, Councillor. I guess the Te Motu Kairangi reference in the paper is referring to the northern tip of the Marama Peninsula, the bit that Mr. Plummer was talking about, historically called Watts Peninsula. So it's that land that's been declared surplus by the Crown, pretty much. Yeah.
would it be possible, just to be more specific in the paper, to say Watts Peninsula instead, or in addition to, or brackets? I don't know.
Yes, we could definitely add the brackets.
Yeah, would that be
make it
possible
clear.
with leave of the meeting, just to change the substantive to be more specific? Means the same thing, we're just being more specific.
It hasn't been moved yet.
No, it hasn't been moved. Yeah.
Cool. Councillor Young.
So just a couple of things. First of all, I really do appreciate the very wise and experienced advice I get from the Parks and Reserves team generally, but also especially with the Plummer bequest, which I found very interesting. And I just wondered, is the Plummer family, because there are masses of them around, are the Plummer family still consulted on at the last stages about the bequest, about how the money is being used?
No, my understanding is that they're not. The family isn't.
Because they were until
consulted.
very recently. Anyway, just asking. I can put you in touch with them. Well, Neil Plummer's one of them.
Yep.
So, and then just for those of you who may not be aware, but did you know that Bulcott Street Bistro in Bulcott Street is the old Plummer house?
Ah. Deputy Mayor.
Just the Berhampore Golf Course as a potential for Plummer funding down the track. Just want to understand the process around timing or what we're thinking in regards of engaging the community going forward on that. You can come back to me if you like. I just wanted to know. Is that okay?
If I could come back to you, that'd be
That'd be
good.
great.
Because at the moment, I guess there is a bit of uncertainty as to the timing. Yeah. That's why we've recommended it be added to the
long list. Great.
The next time.
Thank you.
There are no other questions, so Councillor O'Neill would like to move the paper. Would you like to speak?
Yes, just briefly to thank officers for this request. For bringing this paper here today. It's always nice when we get to look at the Plummer bequest, and it's fantastic seeing different projects progress through the long-term plan as well. Lastly, just to thank in particular Neil Plummer for coming in to speak to us today. I'm sure it kind of enlightens us to a bit of the context around this funding, and we're of course very grateful for it. And to note, I'm just going to add a small change that's on screen right here, which just puts brackets Watts Peninsula next to recommendation 2, so we can be more specific and address the concern.
Wonderful. Who would like to second? Deputy Mayor, would you like to speak? No. Wonderful. Any debate? Excellent. Right or reply? No. Let's vote. You can change it. And that is passed. Thank you, and thank you to officers. We move to Water Services Bylaw Review. Please welcome Charlotte Hosler and Jeff Lawson to introduce the report.
Just a very short introduction. We briefed you on Tuesday on the paper, and we'll take the paper as read.
Great.
Any questions?
Any questions? Wonderful. Thank you, officers. I will move the motion. I'll take it as read. Councillor Brown will second. Would you like to speak? Any debate? Let's take it to a vote. And that is passed. Next, 2.4, update to elected member appointments. I welcome Stephen MacArthur to introduce the report.
Kia ora, councillors. This report is a process report from officers to enable the council to confirm the announcements that the Mayor has previously made. And I understand that there are an amendment substantive from new Mayor, which is on the screen, which is in addition to the report.
Any questions? Thank you, Stephen. Yep. Do you have a question? Yep.
Someone raised, we have made that change to have Councillor Brown as chair of the Environment and Infrastructure Committee. I think it was I think I did see it when I first read the report. Yeah, I just wanted to confirm it was there. Yep.
That is made by the Mayor under her powers under the Local Government Act, so it's actually outside of the scope of this report.
But he will be chair.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, we'd normally do vote on them, but at the beginning of the triennium, but, that's fine.
I will move the motion with the additional changes that you see there. Do we have a seconder, Deputy Mayor? Do we have any debate? Councillor Chung.
Could I just ask a question on process?
Unfortunately, no. So we've moved into debate. You can ask me. And
Okay, I didn't really follow what Stephen MacArthur just said. So he said that it's the Mayor's prerogative to make these decisions, to put them into these positions. So why are we actually voting on them?
I think because it's a process thing.
The Mayor appoints the committee chairs, deputy chairs, the Deputy Mayor, and establishes the committees. These are
memberships
committee, which is needing to be confirmed by the council.
So slightly different from the chairs.
Oh, okay, thanks.
But thank you for your question. Debate. Wonderful. No right to reply. Let's vote. Yeah. Yeah.
Nobody asked for anything to be taken separately, so it's being put as a whole.
We're voting for all of them. Yeah. Cool, and that has passed. Thank you. Final item of the agenda, actions tracking and forward program. Please welcome back Stephen MacArthur to introduce the report.
The report's pretty self-explanatory. It's the usual kind of outline of progress, things that have been achieved, things that are not. There is nothing in the actions tracking that we'd expect to be completed by now, which is not. So things are on track, and the report also identifies future topics at this time that are likely for the next two council meetings, but as we know, things do tend to change. So it's what we have on the books right now, but see close to the time.
Great, we'll take questions. Councillor Randall.
Yes, I just got I was wondering if we get an update on a couple of items. One is 2281 on page 103, which was the action to direct officers to consider the release of the publicly excluded information in the report, which was actually the reading report, by the 30th of November 2023. It's now way past November, and I was wondering, if there's a new ETA, do we need to update this action?
I think as a consequence of events over the last 24 hours, we will look through that paper and release it, apart from those things that we can't release. So, yes, it's at the time that date was identified, obviously a different time frame was envisaged, so we will need to revisit that.
Okay, so I guess can I just ask that it be updated at least in terms of the action register? And also item 2854 on page 108 about the funding of Wellington Water Limited. So it was basically to say that authorise officers to release further information, etc., and have them report back. And so this is in progress. I was wondering if we could know what is the concluding action. There's nothing, there's no commentary or anything like that around that. And
perhaps what we'll do is get Siobhan to update councillors offline on that one, because okay. I'm not familiar enough with the particular action. So,
fair enough. Okay, thank you.
And she's not here.
Councillor Abdurrahman.
Two questions, Stephen. One is, when the information is public excluded, where would we go at the progress if it's not getting reported in action and forward reporting in this paper? A good example would be 103. It's 2281.
I'm not sure I understand your question, because if it's PX, we don't report it through these actions, but we monitor it kind of in the background and would release it when the Chief Executive has determined it's appropriate to release it.
So basically what I'm saying is, I do understand some of this paper is for public, but for other councillors, where we get this information, what even it means, other than I have to go and look through the minute to get it. Where we get, is there anywhere in the diligent where it will be public excluded, but councillors can get access to?
Once it's released, that's when we would update councillors in terms of its status.
So again, where that going to be very difficult is, there is a case currently I want to follow up where the land was declared as a surplus in my...
yeah.
Are you guys finished?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jennifer's helpfully suggested that through Q&As, that's a way that we can handle it, because we can make parts of Q&As public excluded and protect the privacy if that's the case.
So basically, unless we ask, that information will not be available.
When there is something to update or it's concluded and it can come out of PX, then that will become public. But if you do have a specific question, I think we could take that offline, Councillor.
Okay. Wonderful. I will thank you, Stephen, for that. I will move the motion. Councillor Matthews will second. Do you want to debate? Yep. You go for it, Councillor.
I do, and I will be brief because it has been a long day. Look, just referencing a previous debate, some things done in the past are sometimes good, sometimes they're not. But one of the things that was done, I think, better in the past was that we were able to amend this forward program because things change, and I appreciate the need for some rigour, but I did get some pushback on wanting to move an amendment around our wealth strategy. So I think we maybe just need to have a further discussion about that, because we have to be agile as well as rigorous. And I just do want to talk about that, I did want to put up an amendment today to say, look, we need to have a strategy around our wealth, and not just some policy guidance, which has been committed to. I have decided to leave it just in the interest of time and good relationships, but I think we really need to look at that. I am concerned that given the debate we've had, that we just need to be very, very, very strategic on this point. We need a lot of money, and unfortunately the government won't come to our aid necessarily, whatever stripe it is. So we're just going to have to think about ways that we can do things better and use what assets we have left to generate better returns. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor. I have no right of reply, so we'll go to a vote. And that has passed. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, officers. I declare the meeting closed. Please join me for a karakia. Unuhia, unuhia, unuhia ki te uru tapu nui, kia wātia, kia māma, te ngākau, te tinana, te wairua, i te ara takatū, koia rā e rongo, whakairia ake ki runga, kia wātia, ai rā, kua wātia. Thank you.